Gwen?
Yes, good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. If you want to start the meeting.
Good morning.
We'll see if
Yes, welcome to the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology's board meeting. Today is January 10th, 2022. The time is 9:01. Can I start with roll call with the board members, please?
Board Member Douglas Pear.
Board Member Harris here.
Victoria Negretti, board member.
Hi, Stanton, board member.
Any other board members?
Did
Can
you
I-
get Board Member Douglas?
Thank you, Anita. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can we get started with the staff in the South?
Gary Landry, Executive Director, here.
Any other staff present?
Lauren Gossett, Regulatory Compliance Specialist.
Maggie Adams, Compliance Specialist.
And I highly recommend to join that meeting and,
Pamela Fitzgerald, Inspector.
Joel Becker, attorney.
Okay, I'm gonna ask for those that have petitions to be heard, that you mute your phones, please, until your name is called, so that we can get through our meeting in a timely manner without interruption, please.
Good morning, Board or President. This is Board Member McCormick.
Good morning, McCormick. Can I get roll call for staff in the North?
Rodney Moore, Inspector.
Good morning, Rodney.
Good morning.
Any other staff present from the North? And we got all staff from the South, correct?
That's correct.
Okay,
And
awesome.
I just saw Brian Baltazar checked in. You may want to voice
We
your.
have another board member present, Baltazar.
Present.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so now that we've had roll call, I would like to state the mission of the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology is to protect the public health and safety and welfare of those that obtain cosmetology-related services through the delivery of testing, licensing, inspection, and education services that focus on consumer protection. The agenda item number C is comment from the general public. Comments are to be less than 3 minutes, and you can comment on any related item that is on or off the agenda. But it's not no action can be taken. So do we have anyone that would like to make a comment before we start the meeting? 3 minutes or less.
Yes. My name is Erica Hufford. Good morning, Nevada State Board of Cosmetologists. I am a licensed instructor and also a licensed cosmetologist. I would like to become a CEU provider and a trainer that emphasize on scalp analysis, braiding, hair weaving, and hair extensions. And I would like to know what type of facility would this entail, and how do I go about obtaining to be a participant of the CEU provider. Thank you for your time.
Yes, good morning. Can you, is Bertha available, or Director Landry? Can somebody in the office answer that for her, please?
Yes, we can't answer all the questions. What we can do is we can tell you, we can get in touch with you, or you can get in touch with us at the office, and we can take you through all the steps necessary to be a CEU provider. Pretty easy process to go through. We can take you through the steps. So if you can call our office and speak to someone, they'll step you through all the necessary information that they need in order to get you set up.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. If that's all I need to do, once again, I'm Erica Hufford, And thank you for your time. And I will be calling. Is this Reno or Vegas should I be calling?
It doesn't matter. You can call either one. They'll get you to the right person.
I appreciate your time. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions or concerns before we start the meeting?
Yes, Gwen, I do, but I'm not sure. Should I share it now or should I wait until the agenda item number 4 comes up?
Well, if it's your petition, you want to wait till it comes up?
Well, I'm not clear as to, I know I requested time, but I'm not clear as to whether that is my time or not.
You'll get time.
I'll get time. Okay, good. I'll hold
I'll
back.
make sure you get time.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
This is only a comment section, so anything you ask, we can't really move forward on, so I would just wait till your petition on there, till we discuss it.
Right. Okay. There's no more comments or questions or concerns before we start the meeting. Okay, can I get a motion to approve the minutes from the previous meeting on November 15th, 2021? Can I get a motion for approval?
Brian Baltazar, I motion to approve the previous meeting's minutes.
Can I get a second?
This is Kai Stanton. I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item number E, the first petitioner, is that Madison Huntsman, license number A39210. Do we have you present?
This is Matt Johnson, an attorney on behalf of Madison. It looks like she's on, but it looks like she's muted. Madison, you need to unmute.
Okay.
We would have to have her sworn in, please. Director Landry, can you swear in Ms. Huntsman, please?
Yes, I will. Do you swear that what you're going to testify today is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Very good. And I can swear in the attorney also.
Also.
Do you swear that you're going to testify and tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. I'm not intending to testify, just represent her, but yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, Madison, you petitioned to have a conversation with the board this morning?
Is that a
You can
question?
go right ahead.
Okay.
All right. You want us to go forward then?
Yes, you can go right ahead. Either persons or you both been sworn in.
Okay, thank you. So what I would like to do, if I could, is go through each of the charges and discuss them. Madison was charged with 4 different counts. Her license expired September 27th, 2019. And then there was some continued eyelash work after the expiration of the license. The first charge was the individual practicing with an expired license or registration. The information that was provided by the board, let me see if I can pull that up. There were 30 pages of documents that I wanted to go through. I'm not sure if I'm able to share this. I'm able to do a screen share. Hold on. Like I can. Is the board able to see that?
Yes, we're able to see it.
Oh, very good. So Madison, taking a look at this first page, this indicates that your license expired on September 27th, 2019. Were you aware that your license expired on September 27th, 2019?
Somebody came into our salon shortly after that date. I'm not exactly sure on what the date was. and licenses were checked in the salon, and I never received anything that it was expired.
Did you ultimately realize that your license had expired sometime after that?
Yeah, sometime after that, I did realize, and
After you realized that your license expired, did you go have it renewed?
yes,
And is your license current today?
yes.
Let me go through the next page. Tell us what, if you're looking at the screen, what is this a picture of?
That is my Facebook profile page.
Okay. And are you able to tell what date that Facebook profile page is from?
No.
The next page, this is page 3, shows a posting. Now it's stated that it was posted October 15th, 2019. So this would have been after your license expired. Is that correct?
Correct.
But it's a posting of someone's eye, correct?
Yes.
You weren't making any comments. You just had a picture of an eye, correct?
Yes.
The next page, again, is a posting dated October 15th, 2019. It's just a picture of eyes. Is that correct?
Yes.
No, there's no comment, no commentary made by you.
Correct.
Correct. The next page is similar. It's a picture of an eye. Is that correct? And no comment.
Correct.
Okay. The next picture is very, very similar, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So the board is aware these are documents provided by the board in support of their charges, but there's nothing stating, hey, I'm doing eyelashes, anything like that. It just has pictures of eyes, correct? Or pictures of people. Is that correct?
Yes.
Same thing on page 7. Correct?
Yes, correct.
Now, tell us what this page is. Are you able to see that, Madison?
Yes.
Okay, what is this page?
That is my Instagram bio.
Now, in this Instagram bio, it says that you're a licensed esthetician and lash artist. And they're saying that this was expired September 27th, but does it say, do you know when the date of this posting was?
I do not, but I know it was before.
So you actually posted it when you were in fact licensed and your license was not expired when this was posted. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you take it down after your license expired?
No,
Why not?
I just didn't even think to.
The next page is similar. The next page, page 10, this is a post. Is this on your Instagram?
Yes.
And this was a post of yourself on the International Women's Day, correct?
Yes.
Did at any place in this posting did you say, "Hey, I'm available. I want to go do eyelashes. I'm advertising my services for eyelashes." Was there anything like that?
No.
Now it says lashes by Madison. What is that?
That's just my Instagram username.
So that's a name that you use when you go on Instagram, correct?
Correct.
There was no advertising or no intent to do lashes or no intent to violate any of the laws. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Let's stop for just a moment here. Did you in fact continue to do eyelashes unknowingly after your license had expired? Did you continue to do eyelashes without knowing that your license has expired?
Yes.
And once you realized it expired, you took steps to have it renewed. Is that correct?
Correct.
You've also been charged with operating a salon without a license. Have you ever operated a salon in the state of Nevada?
No.
When you did eyelashes, where did you do those eyelashes? Did you rent a room from Suite 1 Salon?
I did.
And to the best of your knowledge and belief, was Suite 1 Salon a licensed salon?
Yes.
You've been charged with using advertising which contains knowingly false or deceptive statements. Did you make any advertisements to your knowledge that contain false or deceptive statements other than what we looked at where your Instagram shows that you were licensed when actually your license had expired?
No, I never, to my knowledge, did I post anything that was false.
And for clarity, when you did post that you were a licensed eyelash artist, in fact, you were licensed at the time you posted it, it's just that it continued on after the license had expired. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Have you ever done signs, displays, circulars, brochures, menus, or services and recruitment materials? Have you done anything like that, or is the extent of your advertising simply on your Instagram or Facebook and word of mouth?
Yes.
It's simply Facebook and Instagram and word of mouth.
Yeah, and then I do have a booking site that I no longer use.
Okay, so you have a booking site. I'm going to do a share screen for just a moment again. Is this a copy of your booking site?
Yes.
Okay, and so clients or customers are able to go online and book appointments. Is that correct?
Yes, at the time.
This shows May of 2020. Were you in fact booking appointments in May of 2020?
I'm sorry, you cut out.
This shows, this booking site that we've got on the screen shows May of 2020. Were you in fact booking appointments in 2020? Did any appointments get booked in May of 2020 to your knowledge?
I don't remember.
Okay. Let me go back. The other charge that you've been charged with is practicing in a location not licensed or authorized by the board. Now, when you did eyelashes, did you do them at Suite One Salon?
Yes, I practiced at Sweet One Salon for a few years.
Now, the board has provided some information indicating that after the COVID-19 shutdown on March 20th of 2019, there were 4 instances where you were paid on Venmo for, it says, lashes.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us about that? You actually did 4, it looks like according to what the board did, there were lashes that were done by two different individuals. Who were these individuals? Were they your friends or?
Yeah, just friends.
Okay, and so you did lashes 4 times that were not done, 4 or 5 times, I think it was, and you did that outside of Suite One.
Sorry, what's the question?
So 4 or 5 times you did your friend's eyelashes and they paid you, is that right?
Yes.
And was that done outside of Suite One or did you do it somewhere else?
Outside Sweet One.
Where did you do it?
From my house.
Okay, so 4 or 5 times you did some friend's eyelashes at your home after the COVID-19 pandemic, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's all, is that accurate?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. All right. But you've never opened or operated a salon without a license, have you?
No.
And although you did some eyelashes after your license expired, it was because you did not realize that it expired, correct?
At that time.
Okay. And then you did take steps and renew the license, is that correct?
Yes, once I was notified by state board, I renewed my license.
Have you ever intentionally advertised anything knowingly or false about eyelashes or about any other thing?
Not intentionally, no.
And other than the 4 or 5 times that you did some friends' eyelashes at your home, you did not practice in a location not licensed by the board?
Correct.
I have no further questions at this time.
I would like to hear from Maggie. Are you available?
Yes, I am, President Bramo.
Okay, can the board hear from you, please?
Certainly, I'm going to share my screen. Hold on one moment.
Before you get started, let me swear her in.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you, Director Landry.
Do you swear that the testimony you're going to give today is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Very good.
Okay, so we did issue citations to Ms. Huntsman for the very things she just said she did, working outside of a salon in an unlicensed location while her license was expired. We have, let's see, let me bring it to the page. There we go. So she lapsed on 9/27/2019. Typically, that's 9/27 would be a birth date, which is, I think, why the board switched to birth dates. So it'd be more memorable to be able to renew. We issued a citation on May 4th. She renewed her license on May 27th. So her license expired on the 27th of September. We issued a citation on the 4th, and she renewed her license on the 27th. This is her Facebook page. We do track pages. This is an eyelash page. As she said, she uses Facebook and Instagram for advertising. She may not have said anything, but this is our way of drawing basically a sight line of activity. This was posted on October 15th after her license expired, and attempting to perform services is part of what is the citation talks about. Again, these are all the ones listed where citations were issued based on these postings on her website. This is where this was printed on May 4th prior to the issuing the citation, where it does say she's a licensed esthetician and lash artist. This is where she was cited for false advertising because she was not licensed at this point. This connects her Facebook page to who she is, which is why this picture is there as well. We want to make sure that we have the right person to the right page. So that is a picture of her. Again, these are all postings after her license expired. Now, Suite 1 closed on December 2nd. It opened under a new location and under a new ownership that same day. She was not listed as one of the employees at that location. This is where she's saying she had a last-minute opening on Monday. That's February 29th of 2020 when her license expired September 27th. If she is working on friends and family, she's advertising on this page for appointments when she has a license expired. Again, posting about having appointments come in. Now, this is a booking page. It was active. We could have booked appointments at that point. This is the crux of it also. On March 20th, we had the emergency order closing all salons, including beauty shops, personal care services, and facilities. Here we have payments for lash services on May 3rd. So we closed March 20th to May 9th. On May 3rd, April 29th, April 27th, March 30th. Her license is expired at this time. The places where the salon that's licensed is closed at this time. And as she said, she performed services on her friends out of her house. This is why the citations were issued. The board can decide what it wants to do, whether it wants to hold these or not. And these are all payments made while her license was expired. I can take any questions.
I have a couple of, if that's okay. The page, let me see if I can find it and then I can tell you what page it is on that packet and maybe make it easier. One moment, please.
I mean, ultimately under oath, she said that she performed on her services on her friends. She got paid and she worked on them in her house. She has an advertisement saying she's a licensed technician, printed while she was unlicensed.
So
It's up to the board.
This is Matt Johnson. If I could ask some questions of you, Ms. Adams, I appreciate it. You would agree with me that the pictures of the eyes on her Facebook postings don't say, hey, I'm willing to do lashes, I'm doing lashes. They just have pictures of eyes, correct?
Those particular pictures, yes, but we have additional pictures that are included in your,
Right.
this could not have been, this is how I attach my fans, she's saying, on March 16th.
Okay, so, but you would agree with me that she did not say anything. She just had pictures of eyes. And you would agree with me that somebody who is an esthetician or somebody who does eyelashes, it would not be unusual to post pictures of eyes because that's something they like or something that's important to them, right?
Absolutely. And if she is, as she said, advertising on Facebook and Instagram, on social media, and she's posting images of eyes, and in addition to images where she's saying, I have an opening, those four are four of many. Again, it's up to the board to decide.
Sure.
Thank you.
And then the posting, the picture of her Instagram post where it says Madison Huntsman, licensed esthetician and lash artist. Now you said you printed that on May 4th, 2020, correct?
Let me see, it's dated the day I printed it.
Page 8 of your materials, I believe.
It's May 4th. It looks like everything was May 4th of 2020, which was the day that I issued the citations.
Okay, so and the reason you posted or that you provided the copy of the license of the Instagram post saying licensed esthetician was to try to show that she was falsely advertising. Did you hear her testimony where she said that she posted that when she was licensed? It just remained on her post, correct?
It remained on an active page that she was actively posting to, I have openings. So if somebody's going to this page and they see, oh, she's a licensed esthetician, I'm going to go to her and she has openings. When she's not licensed because her license is expired, I'm going to issue that citation. The board can decide if they want it to stand.
So to answer that question,
Thank you, Maddie. I think, excuse me, Mr. Johnson, I think that I would like to hear from the board at this point.
Okay.
Do I have any? Thank you. We appreciate your comments and concerns.
Okay.
But I think ultimately right now, I need to hear from the other board members.
This is Board Member Douglas. I want to elaborate on Maddie. I feel the same way. Showing pictures on Instagram or Facebook, I feel that's a form of advertisement, and we all know that.
Thank you, Board Member Douglas. Do I have any other board members that have any questions for Madison or concerns?
Brian Baltazar. Oh,
Go right ahead, Baltazar.
I just wanted to make sure that I understood what correctly is that I surely hope that we're not using the defense that I was unaware that my license was lapsed and therefore continued to render services. I mean, that just plain and simple is not a good enough excuse. It's akin to saying my driver's license lapsed and I received a citation I didn't know, therefore there's no merit in having that citation. That defense is not going to hold water here, at least that for myself. It's an individual responsibility to ensure that your licenses are up to date. We do our part, but the full burden of knowing when a license is valid or not falls on the individual licensee. So I hope we're not using that defense.
And this is Matt Johnson, Mr. Baltazar. I would agree with that. The point is that it was not an intentional violation. It was she made a mistake and realized the license was gone and then went ahead and renewed. So I want to make sure that that's clear. We're not trying to say, hey, it's a finding of practice. We're saying it was not an intentional violation.
Thank you. Any other board members? McCormick, okay.
Thank you, President Bremo. We could separate the issues out, and as discussed, to operate with an expired license is one issue, but to have a mandate out that's shutting down salons and then have paying customers coming to your home. I know that website didn't originally route them to your house, which means there are conversations that had to take place to reroute customers to your home. So I think we're talking about multiple layers here of defiance, and I think we're ready to take a vote if there's no other board members that have anything to say. I think it's very clear, and I think that our team has done a great job of showing that this is an ongoing issue, but she's taking clients in her home, and EBL is a line of lashes. So when anyone goes to EBL, that is a product line and it goes beyond. It's #EBL, #EBL advocate, and calling herself a trainer. That's a hashtag that comes up in many of her posts as well. So she's legitimizing her credentials by being connected to a brand that is legitimate. So this was very intentional, and that's my opinion. So
thank you, Board Member McCormick. Any other board member have any other comments or questions for Madison?
Madam President, this is Kai Stanton.
Go right ahead, Board Member Stanton.
I'd like to proceed to start a motion.
Board Member Stanton, we couldn't hear you. Your phone's, your computer's going in and out.
I would like to just go forward with making a motion. I think we're very clear with what has been taken place.
Okay, no other questions or comments from any other board member? Madison, you have any other questions or comments to the board before I call for a motion?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson, Attorney Johnson, you have any other questions or comments?
The only comment I would make is I don't believe that there was false advertising. I don't believe that there certainly is no evidence that she was operating an unlicensed salon. As to did she do some work after the license expired? Yes, she did, and she admits that and understands that that there's not a defense to that other than she didn't realize it, and once she did, she went ahead and got her license renewed. And then lastly, she did do like 4 friends or 2 friends twice in her home, but she didn't go out and open a salon and operate a salon without a license. So as to those counts, I just don't think there's sufficient evidence to grant those. And
just if I may, President Bremo.
Just go right ahead, Maggie.
A location where services are being performed, cosmetology services are being performed, has to be a licensed salon. So if she's performing them in a home, that home has to have a licensed salon in it. That's all.
Thank you, Maggie.
Board member,
I would like to call for a motion, please.
Board Member Bremo, just before you guys vote on this, I do want to remind Madison as well that on June 27, 2019, July 27, 2019, August 27, 2019, September 17, 2019, and September 27, 2019, she was sent text reminders that her license was coming up for renewal and it would expire on September 27, 2019.
Thank you, Bertha.
Thank you.
I would like to call for a motion, please.
this is Board Member McCormick. I'd like to make a motion to uphold the findings and this citation against Madison.
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Madison. You can just reach out to the board if you need any type of assistance or arrangement to be made, but the board has made a decision today to uphold the citation, so it would need to have some type of arrangement or to be paid.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Johnson, as well.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Appreciate your hearing us.
Thank you. Practitioner number 2 is that Amanda Johnson Doborisk. License number C32338. Is there Amanda Johnson Doborisk?
Daborsky, yes.
Daborsky.
It's a mouthful, yes.
That's okay.
Good morning.
I need to have you sworn in.
Yes.
So can you raise your right hand, please?
Do you swear that the testimony you're going to give today is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Very good.
You can go right ahead and present to the board, Amanda. I know your information was in the packet and we've reviewed it, but if you can just, I'm sure all board members have reviewed that, your letter. And I've looked at it and I've read it. If any other board members have any other questions, or you want to just briefly say what has changed to the board, that would be appreciated.
Okay, thank you. 2017, June 2nd was an event that completely changed my life, and I've paid lots of hefty prices, but it has been a complete, what I would like to say, a divine intervention. I was in a horrible marriage and made some very poor choices, which included getting behind the vehicle while intoxicated and then getting in an accident. So I've since served time actually and completed my parole. During the midst of all this upheaval, I left the abusive, toxic relationship and met what I like to say. I've been married twice, but only had one husband. So that's the Daborsky, mouthful last name that's on there now. Happily remarried and just restarting at life. In the midst of all of this, him and I purchased a salon 4 days prior to the shutdown, actually. And really just looking forward to having the opportunity to have my license reinstated if the board chooses so that I can continue to take my license, continue to run the salon and also be behind the chair as well. And really have it as a platform to give back to the community. I am a philanthropist at heart, and we've had a lot of opportunities at the salon to give back. And also really just, it's my passion. I do love having people feel more beautiful when they walk out of the salon than when they walked in. It's a mistake that I hugely regret, and it's had, far-reaching consequences, and I'm extremely regretful for any pain it's caused anyone. However, I have had such extreme growth and learning through this whole process. I almost feel like it's been a painful but a beautiful restart at life at now 42. So I'm just very hopeful that the board will see that at this time and place, I have lots of family support and in a completely different mindset and different place than I was when I made that terrible mistake back in 2017.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions or concerns? I don't have any questions. But any other questions for Amanda? Any board members have any questions or any concerns?
Brian Baltazar, no, I just wanted to thank you for providing that brief synopsis, just so to make sure that it's read into the record.
Thank you.
Can I get a motion, please, if there's no questions or comments or concerns?
Brian Baltazar, I'm ready to make a motion. I'd like to motion to allow, I know I'm going to butcher your last name,
Okay.
Daborsky, to proceed with having her license reinstated.
This board member Douglas, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Good luck on everything, Amanda.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Good job. All righty. Okay, you can just reach out to the board.
Okay, to get that process started with all my
Yes.
millions of questions now. Okay, thank you.
Okay, for some reason I can't find you guys. I don't know what happened. Okay, so I think the next person up is, hold on. Okay, there we go. John Henry Lovan, license number U705383. Are you available?
Yes,
Okay, can you raise your right hand to be sworn in, please?
Do you swear that the testimony you're giving today is going to be the truth and nothing but the truth?
yes.
Very good.
So you can follow suit. You want to share some information, like in a brief overview to the board, please?
Okay, so a brief overview. I'm 51, originally from Detroit. I moved to Salt Lake City, Utah in 1991 with my ex for her to become a doctor. I became, to make a long story short, I became a cosmetologist / barber. The situation at hand happened in 2001. The reason why I've been denied by you guys for the transferring of my license. This was a incident where there was a lady who was driving down the road and she was intoxicated. She was, on drugs, and she came across me and said she had a problem with me. And, she ultimately admitted, and I can't lie about any of this because it's all in my court documents and, it's been recorded and written down. So I can't lie, I'm telling the truth. And if it's not believed, then, it's all in the court files. She admitted to running me off the road. And at this time, I had a concealed weapons permit. So the very last time that she actually ran me off the road, and this was like 6:50 in the morning. Typically on Mondays, I like to get all of my errands done so I could have my whole Monday in front of me. So it was about 6:50. So when she ran me off the road into oncoming traffic at this time, because I had a concealed weapons permit, I fired at her and I shot through my window, which was rolled up in her window. Now, to go past everything, when this was explained to the judge, he understood, and this is quote unquote what he said. He said, "Mr. Lovan, I don't believe in the way you did it, but I understand why you did it." And so he took an Alfred plea from me, which says that at a certain amount of time, if I complete my court probation, if you guys were to go back and look at my actual court records, you will see that I never did a day in jail. It was just court probation because the judge understood. And my lawyer proved that she was driving, on Oxycontin and, 3 other different drugs. So the judge, he said, I'll take that Alfred plea, which was kind of interesting on why they even went forward with that Alfred plea when she was not supposed to be driving. And I had a concealed weapons permit, which says it was stand your ground. So to make a long story short, a few months later, I had an incident with some gentlemen who just basically ran me off the road. And instead of me just letting it go, I got into an argument with them. Now, probably 9 months later, the exact same city that I had the incident in prior to charge me with another assault. Now, because of that, that Alfred plea stopped. The judge, when I was in court, the judge said, quote unquote, they're out to get you, John. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop this Alfred plea, and we're going to start this new case that they're trying to bring against you. Now, when he stopped that Alfred plea, it did not let me finish completely the first one. So the judge helped me, but he hurt me at the same time because it was uncompleted court probation. So that actual plea that I accepted that was supposed to go away after a year actually went on my record. Now the simple, the misdemeanor lowered and went away, the second one. Now, presently, 51, that happened in 2001, 2002. If you look at my actual criminal background, you'll see prior to, nothing. To this point, nothing. Because, you know, I don't have time for that. I'm just like everybody else that's a cosmetologist. I work and I go home, and typically we don't have, you know, the time to go through anything else. We are dedicated to our careers. And it's the same with me. So
Thank you, John. Thank you
yes.
for sharing that with us.
Thank you for allowing me to actually tell it to you through my words. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions or comments for John? No questions or comments for John? Can I call for a motion?
Good morning, this is Board Member Harris. I would like to make a motion for the approval of John Henry Loven III U-705383.
Can I get a second, please?
Brian Baltazar, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
you, guys.
opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations, John.
Thank you so much.
Okay, keep doing what you love.
Thank you. You guys have a blessed day.
You take care.
Thank you too.
When, before you continue on, Amanda Miaza called and withdrew her petition. So number 4 is withdrawn.
Okay, so can I get a motion to accept, right?
Yeah, you can if you want.
This is Board Member Douglas. We accept Amanda. Decline.
Mazzara,
Mazzara. We accept
Mazar, something like that. Mazar?
Mazzar. We accept her denied. She denied.
Her withdrawal petition.
Oh, I'm sorry. Her withdrawal petition.
Can I get a second?
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All righty, petitioner number 5 is that Naya Wilson, license number ST1046086. Is there a Naya Wilson available? Naya Wilson. Okay, so can I get a motion to, so we're going to be motioning Director Landry to uphold the citation, right?
That's correct. Either deny the petition or uphold the citations, whichever you want to do.
Can I get a motion to uphold the citation? Well, we can deny because we don't, I mean, have anybody heard from Naya Wilson?
Nope.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Can we just table this and give her some time to until the end of this section of the meeting, just in case she's having some issues getting in? We wouldn't want to deny her chance to appear. So maybe we can just move her down And after we finish number 14, give her another call and see if she's available before approving or denying it.
Okay, awesome. We're gonna move petitioner number 5 to the end of the meeting, please. Petitioner number 6 is it Sandra Luckett, license number C 21656. Is there Sandra Luckett available?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can I have you
Okay.
sworn in, please?
Do you
Okay.
swear, do you swear that the testimony you're going to give today is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Very good.
Okay, Sandra, you can go ahead and present to the board.
I was fined. I was working out at a senior facility. I'm sorry. A senior facility called Temple Senior Living. They have salons there that we as cosmetologists can go in and do hair there for the seniors. My license in that suite was the only one evidently hanging, but there are other nail techs and beauticians that come in on different days. I would work only on Monday, every Monday. Something was left there. I don't know if it was a comb out or brush or something. I can't remember now. When I went to renew my license, the girl showed me the picture of what the citation was about. But that was not my equipment because we weren't allowed to leave our equipment in the salon. We have to go there with our equipment and then take the equipment out. We can't leave our things there. So I don't believe that was those are my things. I believe I was cited because my license was the only one hanging. Hello?
I'm listening. We're listening.
So I was cited $200. So when I renewed my license back in it was October, September, and I didn't even know that I had that citation. The facility never told me. Temple Senior Living, they never even told me that State Board had been out there and gave that citation. Now the person that was is no longer working there, and I have not been able to, because I'm not even working over there anymore. So I did go over there to see what's going on, but I can't, nobody there can give me any information on that citation. But I did get the citation from you all, from State Board.
Okay.
So I'm requesting that that I be refunded because that wasn't my equipment. That was left there soiled or whatever the case may have been. Hello?
We're listening. Okay. I think the board members might have some questions for you as well. Okay, so it wasn't your equipment. The bottom line, you're saying it wasn't your equipment. That you take your equipment home every day. Is that what you're saying? Whenever you work, you have to take your equipment home.
Yeah, we're not allowed to. Yes, ma'am. We're not allowed to leave our equipment on the facility. You have to take your stuff, bring your things in a carrier or whatever you need to work with, and then take everything back home with you, back out of the facility with you. And I would only be there for a couple hours. I was never there like all day long. I would the people would be booked, and and I'd go in and do them, and then I'd leave. I would never just stay and linger around. But they did have other beauticians that came in on like a different day, or nail tech that came in on a different day.
Okay. Well, thank you, Sandra. Thank you for your comments. Do I, at this time, is there any board members that have any questions or concerns for Sandra or Maggie? I did see the pictures, but I think I do have a question for you, Maggie. Because
President.
I looked at the pictures and I do, somebody needed to have a citation, but I think my concern is that there's multiple people that work there, and I just want to make sure that we're clear on who's receiving the citation. But if they're taking their, do we have any like policies or procedures from the institution? I mean, from the salon where the employees are servicing the clients?
So if I may, President Bramo, in a situation like this, I reached out to the salon and I said, who was working on this day? Do you have a record? And they said, do multiple people work at this location? And they did say, yes, multiple people work at that location. So I'm more than happy to go with what the board decides on this. Just as she said, there are more than one estheticians and cosmetologists that work there. And the only license that was posted at that time was hers. So that's how the citation was issued. It was issued quite a while ago and the inspector is no longer with us. So I couldn't get any additional information from that, but it's truly up to the board.
I just have a question for you, Maggie, too, so we won't have to be running into this issue. Do we issue a citation to the salon and then maybe they'll be responsible who takes their things in and out?
So we have previously, what we do is if there's no license posted at a station, we issue it to a salon because there's no way for an inspector to find out who works there. If there is a license posted at that salon or at that station, then we issue it to that because that's ostensibly the person who works in that location. And then if something like this arises, we go back and we ask you, Sheriff, if there's a petition, we'll ask if they share, if there are other people. But it's a lot for an inspector to have to, especially in a senior living facility where there may not be somebody there at that time. So
right.
That's basically how we work it.
Thank you, Maggie.
Thank you.
Any other comments? I need some feedback from the board members before we call for a motion.
This is Board Member Douglas. Is it possible we can reduce her fine?
My question is, this is Sandra, is that why would you reduce the fine when it wasn't me? And I've already paid it. So this is what I'm getting here is that I paid it so that I can renew my license. I had no other choice but to pay it, but it was not me.
I understand
that citation was issued because my license in Temple 3 was the only one hanging. Evidently, everybody else comes in and just takes their license in and out. And also when I talked to one of the girls there, she was just saying, well, one of the girls at the state board, when I renewed my license, she said, well, maybe you should just take your license in and out, but I thought that we had to have it hanging. Anyone who came there.
I understand that, but at the moment when state board came in, it's like you said, your license was the only one hanging. So, they just figured it was your items. So they fined you.
Yeah.
So, I understand that, you're upset about this, but I mean, to make it right, I mean, we probably can, reduce the fine, which, you said you already paid, but.
Well,
I mean,
this is what I was thinking.
Don't know
if you want to reduce the fine, whatever you do for me, can you just maybe put it towards my next renewal in 4 years?
You probably would have to call state board for that.
Oh, okay. 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 Well, whatever you do, I'm satisfied with it because like I said, I've already taken care of it, and it actually wasn't me, but whatever. I just have to accept whatever.
Right. Whatever we resolve today with your case, you just move forward with what the outcome is.
Okay, all right.
Any other questions from any other from Miss Sandra from any of the other board members?
Brian Baltazar, maybe not questions directly for the petitioner, but just in general, we know that, like Maggie had pointed out, and thank you for that point of clarification on how the citations are issued, whether it be a salon or an individual. We do come across these issues where a licensee is being given a citation because through reasonable deduction, we can only deduce that whatever violation was committed by the licensee holder, when indeed it could have been anyone at the establishment. Really, I would feel more comfortable possibly considering giving the citations to the salon itself as opposed to the individual, but that's a different conversation. But I think we've established that the licensee holder has indicated that this was not their belongings. The salon itself has given enough information to validate that claim. The previous inspector is not here in order to give us their viewpoint, and we don't have any additional information that really gives us a different point of view other than what the licensee is telling us here. I think there's enough doubt established to maybe undo the citation, what that looks like, whether it's a refund or a credit, that is something else. But for me, I think it has been firmly established that this citation was wrongfully given to the licensee holder.
Thank you, Baltazar. I would just like to say, Maggie, if we probably need to put something in place for those senior type facilities where they have multiple people working there, and get their policy is once they leave, they remove their items along with their license, be a part of their policy, or then they should receive the actual fine once we are there to do an inspection. But I totally agree as well. So I would like to call for a motion, please.
Brian Baltazar and staff, if you can direct me on how to formulate this motion. Do we have the mechanisms in place in order to issue a refund, or would this potentially look like a credit since she's already paid the related fine?
This is Gary Landry, Executive Director. We can either issue a credit or issue a check. Either one we can do.
Is there a way to motion this to leave either option on the table depending on what the licensee may prefer?
I think so.
Okay, I'd like to motion to either issue a refund to the licensee or apply the refund amount to a future balance owed with the Board of Cosmetology, depending on what the licensee chooses themselves.
This is Board Member McCormick. I second that.
All in favor?
Wait.
Aye.
What amount are you going to refund? Is it the whole amount? Is it half the amount? What are you talking about? So we know what that is.
I apologize. I'd like to amend my motion to include the full amount that she has paid for the citation.
This is Board Member McCormick. I second that amendment.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries, Ms. Sandra.
Thank you.
Jackson.
So they will issue the full $200 back to me?
Yes, just 1 second. We have on a board staff speaking. Go right ahead, Bertha.
That's what I was asking. That's what I was going to ask, was whether she was going to want the credit on her account or she was going to want us to issue a refund to her.
No, just go ahead on and issue the refund, because my license, I paid for 4 years. So just issue the refund, and I'm 63. I may retire by then.
No worries, we'll get that done for you. Thank you, Ms. Luckett.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carried.
I'm done.
Yes, you are. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Petitioner number 7, Dominican Destination Salon, salon license 10783. Do we have Dominican Destination Salon available?
When you may also ask for Gramita Gonzalez as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is it Gamila Gonzalez available? Gramila Gonzalez, license number C25855. You want to hold this one off to the end of the meeting as well?
Yes, you can move, we'll move it down to the end.
Thank you, Director Landry. Petitioner number 8 is a Devin Lewis, license number ST1047396. Devin Lewis.
Yes, this is Devin Lewis.
Hi, Devin. Can you raise your right hand, please?
Do you swear that the testimony you're giving today is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Very good.
You can go right ahead, Devin, and speak with the board.
Okay, perfect. I just want to confirm, everybody's aware of the email that I sent in as well, correct? So I can just elaborate on that, the appeal.
Yes, we have it.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you for taking the time to listen. I just wanted to state a few things because obviously I had a few citations for being at home. During the time period, I was actually in school, honestly trying to do the right thing. I lost a lot during COVID, so I took a career change during that time period. And what initially convinced me to go is I ended up getting a lash certification. Unfortunately, I was unaware that the certifications mean absolutely nothing in the state of Nevada, and that you need an actual license. When I got my certification, I was told that like I can work at home, and then to work in a salon, I have to get my license. So I thought I was taking the proper steps by getting the lash certification to make sure that I liked lashing. Then I proceeded to go to school. I actually was unaware of the Nevada state law at the time that I got fined. When I was in school, we did not learn Nevada state law. So I did not know that I was not allowed to work at home. And on top of that, the behavior was never corrected because I actually was doing 2 of the instructors at my school, their lashes, and they were fully aware that at that time I was not licensed. They came to my home and never really corrected the behavior. And I even brought it to my director at the school's attention, and nothing was done about the situation. So it's honestly, I'm not denying what I did. It's just that I was unaware of Nevada state law, that I could not be at home, and nothing was ever corrected. And then also, I just want to sorry, I have notes here. Well, that's honestly about all. And also on top of that, the instructor who is my teacher, also getting services from me, she was also referring fellow students. So it wasn't like I was hiding it or anything like that. The school was fully aware. The only person who was not aware, I would say, like when I brought it to their attention, was the director. But everybody else that I was close with, that I talked to on a daily basis, they were aware that I actually did lashes at home.
Thank you. Any other, any questions for Devin? Or comments from any of the board members?
President Bremo, would you like me to review the citations?
I think it's kind of clear. You can show us what we didn't see. I would appreciate that.
Okay.
For those that didn't see it.
Thank you. So Ms. Lewis was a student. She was issued citations on August 24th of 2021. She does have a booking link on her Instagram page for services. It does list her address as well. So that's how we found it. Her price list also. One of the citations she was issued for having an eyelash extension class while she was advertising an eyelash extension class as she was a student without being licensed. So she was holding class, not only performing eyelash extensions, but she was offering classes. Again, booking link in bio. This is all throughout her. She said she's mobile, home base, located in Nevada. Now, her statement about not being told, I reached out to the school. They informed me that they discuss this it's the first thing they do. We introduced law books to freshmen to each and every student. Each instructor reviews what constitutes unlicensed activity and the fines for the unlicensed activity. Plus, we have posters provided by the Nevada State Board in the classroom as a student, what I can do. So that's what we have. I'm happy to answer any other questions.
I'm just like, just concerned why would the instructors be?
May I add something as well?
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. So Audrey Jones, the person that you're coming from the email, that's actually the director that I was speaking of that actually we weren't close. I didn't see her on a daily basis, but I actually had a meeting with her. And if I can still access, which I don't know if I can, but if I can still access my school email, I wrote her an entire long paragraph how I was so upset and how everything was going on about the situation, and she had no clue. When I went into the meeting, she also had a witness, which I believe at the school, she's the manager. Me and Audrey actually don't have a really good history at all. Like, we constantly were bumping heads about several different situations, but we did have a witness in the meeting that we had, because after I brought it to her attention of being so upset about it, I did confront them, and I was so confused as to why. At this point, I was a senior. I was confused as to why the program is not presented in order. So when you start at G-Skin, there are people who literally.
But Devin, we can't. I understand where you're going with this, but we can't talk about the school actual issues that you had.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We can't
It's
talk about
relevant.
that.
Sorry, it's relevant. It's not about the school issues itself, but basically, to give an example of what I mean, is that you can start at microdermabrasion without learning the history first. So I brought that to her attention, and I was upset because I didn't learn Nevada state law at the beginning. I learned it when I was a senior, basically in my fourth quarter of going to school. And so that was one of the issues. And the witness in the room, I forgot her name because she's not my instructor, but she's the one who was in that. And I was so upset because I'm like, how am I a senior and I'm barely learning a basic facial and history and law? I should have learned all of those things at the very beginning. Which
So what you're
did not.
saying, I don't mean to cut you off. So what you're saying is you never got from the very beginning, this letter that was given to the board is incorrect, is what you're saying. You didn't go over the law when you first started.
Correct. We did not go over the law when we first started. I did not learn law until I was a senior in esthetician after I was fined already. And then also, I don't know, like I said, I don't know if I have access to my school email still, but basically I can tell you the time that I did learn law, because we were required from our senior teacher to go on the Nevada Cosmo and practice that law test and send it into her with a passing grade. That was a part of our law study when I actually learned it. So whenever I sent that email in to the teacher with my passing law, like just a screenshot of the practice test, that's when we were actually learning law. And if I can access my school email, I would be more than happy to send in a screenshot to have that little proof that I learned Nevada law at the end. And then also, I don't know if it's possible, but you can even reach out to the school. And my senior teacher was Ms. Sheena, and she's the one who actually taught us law, and she is a senior teacher.
Thank you, Devin.
Thank you. And then also, just one thing to add, once I became aware of the law, once I was fined, I immediately stopped everything. I deleted, it took me a while to delete the booking site, but I did write in all red caps, like not accepting appointments. I just didn't know how to delete that specifically, but I deleted the Instagram. I stopped all services, and that's when I made the meeting with the director because I was upset.
So have you completed your school?
Yes, I just completed December 8th or 7th.
Okay, board. I just had a concern. I just had one concern, and that one concern was the educators being serviced at her home. So it's up to the board. That's just to take note, concern, Director Landry. That's I don't know where we go with that. But thank you, Maggie.
You're welcome.
So any questions or comments before I'm getting ready to call for a motion?
Can I add one more thing?
Just one more thing, Devin.
Yes, it's about the instructors. Sorry. So there were two instructors. One of them was while I was a student, and the other one was prior to me being a student, but maybe like a month before. So I don't know if that makes a difference on that other instructor, but I want to be honest about it, that she was not a client when I was a student for the second instructor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
This is Board Member Douglas. Listening to a lot of these complaints, it seemed like it's so easily to throw everything on the instructor for the schools, and trying to go back and get all this information from them. It seems like it's hard to get, they're not there. So, I mean, how do we go about it as far as when we initially contact the schooling to say, is this true, what the students are saying about the instructors?
I'm not quite sure, Board Member Douglas, even if we could do that. It was just a personal concern that an educator would attend services by a student and not direct the student in saying that you can't teach. For one, you can't teach lashes. You're not an educator.
Correct.
So when you're posting information that you're teaching to give them a certification, and you were saying in that post, it even said ST students, you know, so you can teach students lashes. It's kind of like should be the job of the school, and not the job of the student to charge students to teach them lashes. They're not estheticians. So, I mean, you weren't aware of the law, and I understand that, but I'm just, it is what it is. Kind of basically, you were just in a situation where you didn't know. And sometimes, you know, it's almost like ignorance of the law. It's happened to me as well, many of times, and there's kind of like consequences that go along with it. But I do have that's a concern of mine for it to be allowed, and you were not told.
Mm-hmm.
So any other board members?
If you need help, I do have a video of the instructor as well, like taking pictures and videos of the lashes when I was finished. So if you do need that, I can also give that to you guys.
If I may, President Bramo,
yes,
we can talk about the schools all that we want to, but the personal responsibility is you were running a business and you didn't get the licensing you needed to run that business. It's like driving a car. You need to get a license to drive that car. So you can buy the car, but you have to make sure that you drive it with a license. So I think we're shifting focus when the focus is, were these services performed? Did you have a license at the time? And what do we need to do about it? That's all I need to say.
Yeah.
Brian Baltazar, I agree with what Maggie has said. I do believe that this case does perhaps bring up some issues that maybe further scrutinizing of the institution will be necessary, especially if they're providing inaccurate information. But ultimately, it is a he said, she said kind of scenario. And the institution is backing up their stance that they were transparent with all of the information beforehand. So really the responsibility falls on the individual. I know it may not seem just, but further research into anything that you delve into is absolutely necessary. Perhaps getting multiple forms of or multiple streams of information just to ensure that you protect yourself may be a better practice moving forward.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate, but can I call for a motion?
This is Board Member McCormick. I'd like to make a motion to uphold the citations in this case.
It's Board Member Douglas. I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Devin, if you, the motion has been carried and it's been approved that the board is upholding the citations. So if you need like assistance with the fines, because they seem pretty hefty, I mean, it's unfortunate. I mean, the evidence is there and we have to pretty much go by the evidence that's there. And if you need some assistance with the fine, then you can reach out and see if the state board can get you on the payment plan.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you and good luck on everything. Petitioner number 9 is Ada Lebanio. License number N38255. Ada Lebanio. Do we have, is there Ada Lebanio?
You hear me? Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Are you Ada?
Hello? No, she is on the call, but she doesn't speak English really well. So my name is Patricia Vera Castillo, but she is on the call. So.
But we
I'm
need
just-
for her to acknowledge that she's on the call some kind of way.
Okay.
Oh, I see her.
My
We see
name-
her.
Oh, okay. You see her? Okay.
Okay, Ada, can I have you raise your right hand, please?
Marlene, sube tu mano derecha.
Okay, Director Landry, I think we have to swear them both in.
Right. Do you swear that the testimony you're going to give today is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir. Marlene, yes.
Need to hear
Your
from-
name is Maritzia?
My name is Patricia, Patty.
Patty. Okay, Patty, can you
Uh-huh.
raise your right hand, please?
Mm-hmm.
Do you swear that the testimony you're giving today is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, so you're gonna speak for Ada or she's gonna speak for her petition?
Let me see, because let me see, well, I can talk to her and she can tell me what she wants me to say, however it is easier.
Okay, she can tell you she's before the board with 3 violations, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Marlene, si miras donde está el micrófono abajo para que puedas hablar, para yo decirte lo que ellos preguntan y yo pueda hacer la traslación. ¿Me escuchas? Marlene. Marlene. I don't know if her microphone is on.
Okay, so Ada, are you saying to us that you weren't working at home? Or you were working at home?
Marlene.
Ramo, I don't think that Ada is is on the call or she's muted. But we can't hear her. The person speaking is Patty, her translator.
Yeah, she is on the call. I think it's right next to Leona Freeman. I can see her right there.
Who's the woman sitting? Is Ada the one with the green hair? And who's the woman
Yes.
sitting next to her?
No, I don't know. That's somebody else. I don't have my video on, so I'm just seeing everybody, but I don't have my video on.
It would be a lot easier if the two of you were in the room together.
I know, but we're not in the same place. That's what.
Aha.
Is there any way, Attorney General, is there any way that Ada can speak in Spanish and somebody at the state board can translate and we don't need her translator?
If the woman sitting next to her on the couch would help, that would be great. I think that would be ideal.
Yeah, let me see. Ella es la que te va a traducir. No se oye nada. Marlene, ¿estás escuchando lo que te están diciendo? No se oye. Do you guys, I cannot hear her. I don't know if you guys can listen to her, but I'm not able to hear.
Okay, Ada, can you speak in Spanish? We have Ada speak in Spanish and our state will translate. It's okay. Can you translate to Ada, Patty? Can you tell Ada in Spanish that she can speak in Spanish and we will translate for her?
Marlene, dicen ellos que ellos tienen un traductor que habla en español y el traductor de ellos va a hacer la traducción. So I just told her that you guys have the translator.
Okay, we need to hear from Ada.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to do, but I don't know if I can't hear her. I don't know.
She can hear us though. The person next to her can hear us.
She did say that she can hear you, yeah.
Okay. Let Ada go ahead and speak in Spanish and the state will translate for her.
Okay, so the first question that you have is if she was working from home, right?
Yes.
Ramo, this is Brenda Jackson. If it's okay with the board, I'll go ahead and translate for Ada, and I can speak to her and let her know what we need from her.
Please do. Thank you.
Ada, ¿sí me puede escuchar? Habla Berta. Okay, so sí puede prender el micrófono porque no la podemos escuchar. No la podemos escuchar. So board member Bramo, I'm asking her to turn on her mic because we can't hear her.
Okay.
And it looks like she's just having difficulties.
Okay, we'll come back to Ada. Tell Ada to work on her mic.
If
Can we call her directly ourselves? Because it may, I mean, she may not be tech savvy and that's not a problem, but is there any way we can connect with her via telephone?
Ada, habla Berta. Si nos puede llamar en vez de hacer video para que podamos hablar con usted. El número de teléfono es 253-215-8782 y el número de la junta es 83-79-91-38-11-7. So board member Bramo, I just asked her to give us a call at the phone number and and I also gave her the meeting number.
Okay.
President Bramo, this is Gary Landry, Executive Director. If she can't make connection, we may have to just reschedule her for the next meeting. And
Hello? Hello?
Okay, is this Ada?
Yes, it's me.
Okay. Sounds like she can speak English. No?
Well, no, she does.
Okay, go right ahead, Bertha.
Ada, ¿sí nos puede escuchar?
Sí.
So, le tenemos que pedir que nos, que si jura, decirnos la verdad, toda la verdad, en esta junta.
Okay.
So, si nos puedes decir sí o no.
Sí.
Board Member Bramo, I just asked her to swear in and she did say yes.
Okay. So what does she want to say to the board about the petition?
So, Ada, si puede empezar con su explicación y puede hablar a la junta y yo le traduzco todo.
No sé, yo solo decir que lamento mucho lo sucedido y yo, no sé, estoy muy nerviosa.
Board Member Ramos, she's just asked, she says she's nervous and she doesn't know what to say.
Okay, well, any board members, I've read the information, I've seen the documentation. Is there any other board members that have any questions or concerns?
Brian Baltazar, just for my peace of mind, is it possible to ask her if she's even aware why she's here and what allegations she's facing, just to ensure that she's aware of why we're here?
That's it. Awesome. I totally agree.
Ada, ¿sí me puede escuchar?
Sí.
Okay, so, ¿usted sabe por qué está aquí en esta junta de hoy?
Sí.
¿Y sabe usted llenó una petición para presentarse en frente de la junta?
Sí, porque creo que en alguna parte decía como que estaba trabajando en un salón sin licencia y tengo licencia.
Apenas lo puedo escuchar. ¿Cómo dijo? ¿Sí se puede repetir?
Sí, claro. Que en alguna parte de la multa decía de que yo no tenía licencia y que estaba trabajando en un salón sin licencia y yo sí tengo. Cuando vino el de la ciudad a mi casa, me dijo que si yo estaba trabajando en mi casa, le dije que no y me dijo en ese momento le enseñé mis uñas que estaba a medias con ella y entonces me trajo una vez con unas violaciones y le dije ¿por qué me entregas esto? Y como que me dijo ahora regreso y viró para atrás al rato, me trajo los papeles y ya, y luego me llegó la multa.
Okay, Board Member Bramo, she did say that she is aware of why she's here. She's petitioning because she says that she received the citations saying that she was working from her home. She says that somebody from the city came in, looked around, and then after a while she received the citations. She is aware why she's here. She's saying that she was not working from home.
Okay, I think Maggie, can you share some additional information with us, Maggie?
Absolutely, President Brim, sharing slides now.
Okay. Thank you, Bertha.
Okay, she is appealing the citation for performing services out of her home. What we do with home-based citations, businesses, we send the city or the county out. They can do on-site inspections, and we can get to that in a moment. But this is her information. She was cited for operating a salon without a license, practicing at a location not authorized by the board, and then also teaching nail technology services. Here is her website or her social media where she says appointments only, seminars and classes. This is one of the posts on her Facebook page. And you can see color powder listed. This is a birthday cake that she was given in a home, and you can see the same thing on the wall.
Okay.
We also have her, this is about teaching a nail class. After the city went in, they contacted the owner of the house. The owner of the house sent somebody in to take pictures to see if there was a salon operating or see what was going on. This is another picture of a class going on. And then I'm just gonna, this is what the pictures after the fact look like. And you can see the same decoration where it did have color. You can see where the person with the cake was standing. At that time, you can even see the fireplace from the class. And again, here's another picture where there was previously a nail station under this. So there was time where it was changed out, but these are some of the classes that she was offering out of her home. Now, the gentleman who went out for business licensing did say he detected an odor of nail chemicals when he was on the front porch. He did not go in. I don't believe he entered the salon, but he could smell the chemicals from the front door when the front door was opened.
Okay. Thank you, Maggie.
Thank you.
Ms. Bramo, if it's okay, I'll go ahead and just reiterate what Maggie just said.
Okay.
The licensing.
Thank you.
Ada? Ada?
Sí.
Ok, so acaban de presentar toda la evidencia que encontraron cuando fue la ciudad y cuando fue alguien que sea el dueño de la casa que está rentando, pero fueron y hicieron una inspección. La persona de la ciudad mandaron pedir que el dueño de la casa fuera a revisar, a inspeccionar su casa. En la casa encontraron que tenían la misma seña que tiene en sus videos que puso en su Facebook, donde dice que estaba dando clases de uñas. En las fotos que le tomaron adentro de la casa, aunque quitó la mesa y todos los productos de uñas, la seña que dice Marlene estaba todavía en la pared. Junto con eso pudieron ver que también estaba dando clases. En sus multas que le dieron, la primera fue por operar un salón sin licencia. La segunda fue practicando en un local sin licencia de la Junta para servicios de uñas. Y la tercera fue practicando en un local que no tenía también licencia de la Junta para hacer clases de uñas. Esos fueron los resultados, la evidencia que pudimos encontrar, desafortunadamente en su contra.
Okay.
I just gave her the result, the evidence that was submitted to the board from Maggie's findings to her.
Okay, thank you. Any board members have any questions? I would like to call for a motion.
This is Board Member Harris. I would like to make a motion to uphold the violations for license number N38255, Ada.
Can I get a second?
This is Board Member Douglas. I'd like to second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So can you explain to Ada that if she needed any assistance with the state board fine being paid and whatever arrangement you guys could make if necessary, she can reach out to the board, please?
Will do. Ada, ¿sí me puede escuchar?
Sí.
Ok, so acaban de decidir que se va a quedar con las multas y nos puede contactar para hacer arreglo de pagos.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you,
Bertha,
Ada.
can I ask a question before you guys move on? Sorry, this is Patty again. She can just call the number for the board and then make payment plans if you guys allow it to?
We'll give her that number, yes.
Okay. The number will be sent on an email or you just gonna say it over the.
There will be a letter sent out to her and I'll explain.
Okay.
Ada,
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Ada,
Sí, dígame.
so le vamos a mandar una carta explicándole lo que acaba de pasar, también con el número de teléfono de nuestra oficina para que pueda llamar a hacer arreglo de pagos.
Okay.
Okay, so board member Bramo, this is Bertha Jackson. Again, I just let Ada Labanino know that we will be sending her a letter with the findings of this of her petition, along with contact information for our board office so she can contact us and make a payment arrangement.
Thank you, Bertha. Can I call Director Landry for like a 5 to 7 minute break?
Sure.
Okay, I would like to call for let's say 7 minute break. The time is 10:40. Let's come back at 10:47.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, we're ready? We have all board members back.
Present.
Here.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, guys. I needed that break. I had to change locations. Okay. So I want to call the meeting back to order. The time is 10:48, January 10th, 2022. The next petitioner is petitioner number 10, Elise Lee, license number C34517. Is the petitioner available?
Yes.
Okay, Elise, can you raise your right hand to be sworn in, please?
You swear that the testimony you're gonna give today is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Very good.
Okay, you can go right ahead, Elise.
It's Alice, but I was inspected while I was working on a client, and I have a service animal, and she came in, disturbed my client. My client was getting irritated with the situation, but she unlawfully asked me what I need him for, and that's not listed in the ADA of what to ask me. Or what my medical reasoning, like she's not supposed to ask me what my medical reasoning is. She's lawfully supposed to ask me what task he provides me, and she did not ask that. She took photos of me. And I'm actually about to attend a public access class for my service animal in an hour. And my service dog trainer said he is allowed to be on my lap to lower my blood pressure. And that's none of anybody's business, but I don't know how much further I can explain this without spewing out all my medical history in front of everybody right now.
Okay. Maggie, do we have the inspector available?
No, unfortunately, the inspector is not available today. I do have some comments from her as well as the some background information. Yes, this is about a therapy animal, and the law is, we're going to have a little review as well. But on the day of the inspection, the inspector went in and took these photos. The inspector's report said the dog started barking when I knocked. The dog barked again when I entered and ran at me. Alice grabbed the dog and put him on her lap and proceeded to do her client's nails with the dog on her lap. I told her she couldn't have a dog in here. She said she had papers. I asked her what service the dog provided, and she said, I have panic attacks. And furthermore, today, I received this email. The dog started barking when I knocked. The dog barked again when I entered and ran at my feet. Alice grabbed the dog and put him on her lap and proceeded to do her client's nails with the dog on her lap. I told her she couldn't have the dog in there. Again, same thing. So this was on the inspection report. Now, the challenging thing with the ADA is that you can ask, what service does the animal provide? A service animal is different than an emotional support animal. A service animal, and this is from the ADA website, is trained to do work or perform tasks for a person with a disability. A dog whose sole function is to provide comfort or emotional support do not qualify as service animals under the ADA. Now, I'm not here to say whether or not, these are the basis of which the inspectors would issue a citation. A service animal must be under the control of its handler. Under the ADA, service animals must be harnessed, leashed, or tethered. You can ask actually someone to remove their service animal if the dog is out of control and the person cannot get the dog under control. Again, the ADA requires that the service animals be under control of the handler at all times. Again, the ADA is saying providing emotional support or comfort is not a task related to a person's disability. Here's a question from a question and answer. Emotional support therapy, comfort, or companion animals considered to be service animals under the ADA. They're saying no. They are not trained to perform a specific task. They do not qualify as service animals under the ADA. This is an email from the manager of the apartment. So this is from the offices. This is not the first time that a situation like this has happened where the dog has charged somebody or that the dog is barking. And that is expressly prohibited. That's one of the earmarks of a dog not being a service animal, is that they bark. They bark when the doors are knocked. They provide, they challenge someone. Here we have on 8/20 of 21, she was carrying the dog around the salon. Another dog was in the building with their owner. They were growling and barking at each other. There was an instant of a dog fight. And I am an animal advocate. If somebody needs an animal to perform a service, I think it's a great thing. We did get a letter as part of this that Alice Lee and her Lapso Kiwi, they've been accepted into the medical alert service dog training, which is great. The challenge is that this letter was written 10/18 of 2021. The citation was issued October 12th. So the citation was issued before this. So the dog, it would appear, needs training. I'm glad that the dog is getting training, but the citation we're talking about occurred prior to its enrollment in service animal training. So based on those things, if the animal charges at or barks or is dressed in a costume or any of those things, an inspector is going to issue a citation for having a dog in a salon, because those are not earmarks of a service animal. A service animal, the ADA doesn't give the dog a vest. It doesn't give them a card. It says you're trained to perform a task, like turning on a light switch, opening a car door, dialing a phone. Those are what service animals are. So with that background, I'm ready to take any questions.
I don't think there's any questions from me. Just hold on one second, Elise. I did note that the citation was given on the 12th and the letter was dated for the 18th. That was one of my, thank you, Maggie, for bringing it, because that was one of my concerns as well.
Okay, well, I've been taking him and I specifically asked her to write me a letter and she has to date it at a certain time. And I told her what was going on at my workplace, and my workplace has no relevance, but I've been harassed and discriminated against at my workplace, which I am leaving in a month because I've been discriminated against. I would not have brought my service animal in to work there if I knew they did not allow service animals in there. I've had no complaints from any clients. Like, he's there for my job. And I know it's personal what I deal with at that workplace, that salon suite place, but from my service dog trainer, which I am about to see in about 30 minutes, she told me he is allowed to be on my lap to lower blood pressure when I start to panic. And he is allowed to bark to alert me. He was not barking uncontrollably. I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you, Elise. But I think what the question is that there's particular guidelines to me. Thank you for sharing that, Maddie, because I didn't go so far as researching that. But there's certain guidelines that consider your animal as a service animal. And at that time, it didn't appear that you met those guidelines. So when an inspector comes out, before we bring our service animals in, I think we should make sure that we meet the guidelines. And then when the inspector comes in, there shouldn't be any questions. It should just be the answer. I don't have any other. Pardon?
was issued, a service animal in training was defined as a service animal. He has the same rights.
But that was after the fact. See, we didn't have any documentation, and that was my question, the documentation. If he was a service animal with this company prior, then they probably should have, you know, dated it prior to saying that before you even came to inspect, this was the situation with the service animal. But I guess the trainer decided to say, well, this is the date that you met with me, so this is the date that we're going to use. We only can go by the date at the time. And that was a big part of it as well.
And it does say they have been accepted. They did not say it's been completed.
Right. I seen that.
Brian
Any other?
Baltazar.
Okay, good, Brian.
Thank you, Madam President. And I just wanted to, you did say something, and I just wanted to highlight that even if a salon does or does not allow in their policy for service animals to be there, that kind of really isn't relevant, because you still need to abide by whatever regulations are put in place. So even if a salon says, even if you do not have all the documentation that you need, and a salon says, yeah, it's perfectly fine for you to bring your animal in, you are still taking that risk because you are not meeting the benchmarks that are needed in order to ensure that your animal is recognized as so. In this instance, it looks like because of the citation, you went to go get your dog trained after the fact. And that's just what it appears like to me.
I've had scripts written for me, and this is my first time owning my own like little suite. I worked in a public salon before, and he has been with me, and you guys have inspected me before with him, and I've had no problem until now. I've had a medical doctor write me notes, and now until I have my own spot was when I was required to have extra paperwork. I've had him for 5 years. You've inspected me for 5 years, and I've had no issues until now.
So you actually had your dog on your lap for the 5 years prior, and the inspectors have seen this and said nothing?
Yes, said nothing.
If I may, President Bremo, the instance that caused, and yes, the inspectors will see dogs in salons, and they will see dogs sitting there and sitting at their owner's feet or performing services. The challenge in this situation is when the inspector walked in, the dog charged and barked. That indicates it is not a trained service animal.
Okay. Thank you, Maggie. Any other questions for Elise? Any board members have any questions or comments for her before I call for a motion? No questions or concerns? I would like to call for a motion, please.
This is Board Member McCormick. I'd like to make a motion to uphold the citation in this case.
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor? Any opposed?
I have a question.
Yes.
So now that I have the proper certification, I will be allowed to bring my service animal to my new salon, right? Correct?
Let's just, Maggie, can we finish the motion and then she can contact this board with the questions?
Yes.
Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so Elise, you can reach out to the Nevada Board of Cosmetology, and then they can further instruct you what documents will be needed, so that you will have all the proper documentation the next time the inspector walks in and see your dog in your lap or inside your suite. Okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. Petitioner number 11, is it Miss Tierra Watkins? License number N53646, Miss Tierra Watkins. No, Ms. Tierra Watkins. Okay, so we're close to completing. So can we, our Attorney General, Mr. Baker, what do you recommend that we do? We can go ahead and vote.
Let's follow what we've been doing. Drop Ms. Watkins to the end of the list that we've already called and hasn't been there. And once we finish with number 14, we'll do a second call. And anyone who hasn't showed up for the second call, we'll move forward.
Okay. All right, we're gonna move the petitioner number 11 down.
Correct.
Okay, and we'll recall her. Petitioner number 12, is it Joseline Sherritt? License number C13396. Is it
Yes.
Joseline?
Jocelyn?
Okay,
Jocelyn?
Josie.
Yes.
Can we
Okay.
have you raise your right hand, please?
You swear that the testimony you're going to give today is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Very good.
Okay, go right ahead.
All right. I'm good morning, first of all, to everyone. I have my license in Nevada since 1986. I've never been late for anything. I always pay my fine. I always did everything, and I didn't realize the last time I made it. And I'm 74 years old. I only work half day a week, Friday morning, and I never realized that my license was expired. To the salon let me know, and the next day I went and pay my file and pay everything. However, I was wondering how come they didn't call me or not, they said they sent me a text, but then I realized that they had the wrong phone number, and I always have the same phone number. So I don't know why I didn't receive a text, because if I did receive a text, I will pay it right away. Because that's my style. I always pay everything right away. And so the last time I did my license for 4 years, and in my mind, it was due in 2022, but actually it was not. It was in 2021. So that was my mistake. That was my mistake. I have I know when you have a driving license, you was talking about that earlier, they send you a text. They told me they sent me a text, but I never received it. Otherwise, that would have never happened. And then also, they told me that they had my wrong social security number, and I always had the same social security number since I've been in the United States, So I know I give them the right social security. So anyway, I don't know if you can consider that. As you can tell, my face looks terrible because I fall down not a few days ago. Anyway, my only thing was that it was a little stiff for me to pay $650 because I had to pay for the salon, which is a body spa. And then I had to pay, of course, so I'm just pleading with you because I'm almost retired and I don't make that much money. So that was my thing. But I accept whatever you decide to do.
Thank you. I don't have any questions or concerns for you, Ms. Joseline.
Mm-hmm.
Any board members have any comments or any suggestions or recommendations for Ms. Josie? Can I call for a motion, please? Hello.
This is Board Member Douglas. I like to uphold Jocelyn's fine. Is it Jocelyn?
Jocelyn.
This is Board Member McCormick. I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Josie, the motion carries because it's pretty kind of direct, and the reason why the board kind of made that decision is because on the license, it shows the expiration date. And even if the board had the wrong number, it had the date prior to what it was going to expire. So there's really nothing that I believe that the board can do about that particular situation. If you have any like difficulties with maybe possibly getting the fine paid or need some
Oh, it's already
extension.
paid. I already paid everything.
Oh, okay. All right.
Everything. So,
Well, thank you.
okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Okay, have a nice day.
I was just trying because, you know, of my situation. I'm not making much money. And then we had COVID, I had surgery and all that. So it slipped my mind and I'm really sorry about that.
Okay, thank
Okay?
you. Okay, you take care.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Petitioner number 13 is Blanca. I don't want to mess this up. Favela Rodriguez. License number U704810. Blanca, you here?
Sí,
Can you raise your right hand, please?
You swear that the testimony you're gonna give today is the truth and nothing but the truth?
sí,
Okay,
yes.
Okay, go right ahead, Blanca.
Oh, I can something translator.
You have a translator there, or you need the board to translate it?
The board.
Okay,
Thank
Bertha,
you.
can we translate, please?
yes, we can translate.
Okay.
Blanca, habla Berta.
Sí.
Sí,
Buenos días.
decir lo que tu petición y la podemos escuchar y yo le traduzco.
Okay. Buenos días. Bueno, me llegó una multa porque decía que estaba haciendo uñas, pestañas y ay, no me acuerdo la otra. La verdad es que pues yo las uñas las hago solo para mi mamá y mis primas, pero las pestañas no, solo apenas me estaba enseñando, pero es muy complicado y es mucho tiempo. Yo no tengo un salón porque decía que tenía un salón, no tengo. Pues más bien eso es lo que es mi petición, lo que yo entendí en esa carta decía que yo tenía un salón, pero la verdad es que no. Yo lo hago eso nada más como cuando me queda tiempo. Yo trabajo en la mañana, trabajo en la noche limpiando oficinas y unas casas. Entonces eso solo lo hacía como cuando mis primas, mi mamá querían que yo les hiciera las uñas.
Okay. Board Member Bramo and other board members, she states that she is aware of the citations. She did receive a letter from us letting her know that she was cited for operating a salon without a license, practicing without a license for nail services, and practicing without a license for lash extensions. She states that she only does her mom and her cousin's nails, and that she was in the process of learning how to do lashes, but it was too complicated for her. She also states that she doesn't have a salon, that she does these services when she has time because she works mornings and evenings.
Thank you, Bertha. Maggie, do you have any information to share with us?
I certainly do, President Brimo. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So Ms. Rodriguez was issued a citation in her petition. She said her ex-husband is accusing her of having a nail salon and cosmetology in her license. She also says that she does her nails and her cousins and mothers. This is her Facebook page. It is still active. Both her Facebook and her Instagram are still active, where she's advertising for nail services. Again, July 9th, 2020, she's posting August 18th. So we have had this is why the citations were issued, because she's advertising and she's performing services. And here she was doing eyelashes and eyebrow lamination again on her business page, on her social media pages for her business. And these are an amalgamation of the posts that she's had, a compilation. This is why the citations were issued. The board is welcome to choose as they will, as always, and ask me any questions that they wish.
Thank you, Maggie.
You are most welcome.
I don't have any questions for you. Any questions for Maggie or any questions for Blanca from any board member?
If I may, I'm sorry to interrupt. I wanted to mention this. Again, anywhere that services are being offered has to be a licensed location. So to say you're not operating a salon, but you're doing nail services in a building means you're operating a salon, just for the record.
Brian Baltazar, thank you for that, Maggie. I know it repeatedly comes up that people are unaware that they're unable to perform services, whether they're paid or not. And I think it needs to be highlighted exactly what Maggie just said. I don't know if further action needs to be taken in order to communicate to the community at large via town hall. We're really good about our social media. It's very informative, but being, I forgot what I was going to say, but not knowing the law is not a defensible excuse.
And I will say, when these citations are issued, the laws that pertain to them are, I send them out with the citation, with those sections highlighted in blue and bolded, that this is why you're being issued. Here's a picture of your social media. This is your advertisement. This is why this was done. So just letting you know, we do send that, and social media is very active in trying to educate the public, as you said.
Thank you. See, we have staff going above and beyond to provide education. So this is a pretty clear-cut case, in my opinion.
Board Member Bremo, this is Bertha Jackson. If I may translate to Blanca what Maggie just presented.
Okay, can you please?
Blanca.
Sí.
So, acaban de presentar evidencia.
How much is that?
Donde le dieron las multas por operar un salón sin licencia. Usted hace servicios en su casa, está operando un salón sin licencia. Es lo que consideramos operando un salón sin licencia. Si usted está ofreciendo servicios, le paguen o no, está haciendo servicios en su casa. So, eso es operando un salón sin licencia. Por aplicar las uñas, estaba practicando igualmente sin licencia, y luego estaba poniendo en su página de Facebook, estaba ahí también Susie's Favelas Nails en su página de Facebook, igualmente con las pestañas y las cejas.
Pero
igualmente. So, por eso le dieron las 3 multas, y es la evidencia que acaban de presentar.
Pero bueno, una cosa es que yo puedo, hay mucha gente que pone eso en sus redes sociales, y no sé, o sea, no sé cómo es, qué es el problema. Como yo no estoy diciendo que vengan a hacérselo, es solamente fotografías que yo puse de mis diseños que yo he hecho a mi mamá, a mis conocidos.
Exacto, pero porque los está haciendo esos servicios en su casa y usted no tiene licencia para la casa y no tiene licencia usted misma para hacer esos servicios, por eso le dieron las multas. So, Board Member Bramo, I just explained to her the evidence that was presented. She did say that she's seen several people post pictures of their work on social media. She doesn't feel that it's fair that we cite it. I did explain that whether she is being paid or not being paid, she is still offering services in an unlicensed salon because her home was not licensed. And she is neither licensed for nail or aesthetic services.
Ahorita te lo doy.
Okay, so thank you, Bertha. I think that the issue is I'm wondering if we probably need Maggie probably need additional support because there is a lot of work being done on social media. We can't catch them all, but the ones that we can, curtail is going to be much better for the industry and those that work so hard for their licensing and paying for their spaces and to be successful. I don't have any other questions or comments. Any other board members have any other questions or comments before I call for a motion? You want to just share with her, Bertha, that we do understand and that's what the state board is doing, working so diligently is to maybe catch the rest of them.
Yes, I will do. Blanca?
Sí.
So, sí estamos, como una junta, sí estamos investigando todos los salones de casa o individuales que están trabajando de sus hogares. So, en cuanto recibamos una queja, nosotros vamos y empezamos una investigación y igual, el mismo proceso que estamos haciendo con usted, lo hacemos con esos individuales. Igual si nosotros vemos que en las redes sociales que alguien tiene o está haciendo esos servicios de sus hogares, empezamos una investigación en ese momento. So, sí estamos trabajando para terminar con eso, pero siguen trabajando y esos individuales siguen apareciendo en las redes sociales. Entonces, sí es algo que sí estamos investigando y trabajando. Board Member Bramo, I did explain to her that we do investigate complaints that come in and any social media sites that we come across, that we do actively investigate those types of services.
Okay. Thank you, Bertha. I would like to call for a motion at this time.
This is Board Member Douglas. I would like to uphold the fines for Ms. Rodriguez.
Can I get a second?
This is Board Member McCormick. I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Blanca, the motion carried, and then Bertha, you can share with her the particulars with how the board staff handles the actual fines.
I will do. I will explain to her that we'll be sending out a letter. She has been paying on this already, so she has an arrangement already set up with us.
Okay, awesome.
So, Blanca,
¿Sí?
La Junta decidió mantener las multas que le dieron. Ya usted está pagando. Le vamos a mandar una carta explicando lo que acaba de pasar en esta junta. Y nomás sigue llamándonos para hacer esos pagos cada mes.
Una pregunta, después de que se termine, o sea, ¿puedo estar pagando así como yo estoy pagando ahora?
Sí, sí puede seguir pagando como está pagando ahorita.
Y cuando yo termine de hacer ese pago, ¿qué es lo que sigue, señorita?
So, ya que termine de hacer ese pago, entonces ya termina la multa. Ahorita no puede estar poniendo en sus redes sociales que está haciendo servicios. También tiene que parar de hacer las uñas de su mamá y de sus primas. Si no, y llega otra queja o la investigan, le va a caer más multas en ese momento.
Ok, está bien, gracias.
Okay.
Sería apuntarse para hacer escuela aquí en Nevada o tratar de agarrar su licencia para que empiece a trabajar en un salón.
Ok, gracias.
Board Member
Okay.
Brimo, I did explain the process of us sending the letter. Let her know that she can continue to make those payments. And I did recommend that she tries to either go to school in Nevada so that she can get licensed and do those services from a licensed.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. Have a nice day. Petitioner number 14. Is it Mercedes Triplet? License number C29514. Mercedes. Okay, so we won't be able to table that one, I don't believe, because we're going into another section of the agenda.
Hold on, we have to run through the people that were not
We're gonna go
present
back.
the first time. So yeah, let's run through the second call and add Miss Triplet to that. And you know, it's only a short period of time, but let's give her the consideration.
Okay. So what was the first one that we
Five.
was it number 4, petitioner number 4?
No, number 5.
Number 5, Nia Wilson. License number ST 1046086. Is there a Nia Wilson? Okay, I think we should just call for a motion to deny the petitioner in case she wants to come back before the board.
That's correct.
Okay, can I call for a motion, please?
Board Member Harris, I would like to deny the petition for Nia Wilson, ST 1046086.
Can I get a second, please?
Board Member Douglas, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 7 is the next one.
Number 7 is Grimilda Gonzalez from Dominican Destination Salon. Is there a Grimilda Gonzalez license number C25855? Can I get a motion to deny petition?
Board Member Harris, I would like to deny the petition for Ms. Gonzalez, C-25855.
It's Board Member Douglas. I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 11.
Petitioner 11, Mysteria Watkins, license number N53646. Can I get it? Is Mysteria Watkins available? Miss Tierra, is it Miss Tierra Watkins? Okay, can I get a motion, please, to deny petition?
Board Member Harris, I would like to deny the petition for Mysteria Watkins, N-53646.
It's Board Member Douglas. I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 14.
We're back to petitioner number 14. This is Mercedes Triplet, license number C29514. Are you available? Okay, can I get a motion, please, to deny petition?
Board Member Harris, I would like to deny the petition for Mercedes Triplet, C-29514.
Can I get a second?
It's Board Member Douglas. I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, we're down to agenda item number F. Permanent distant learning for discussion and possible action. The board will discuss how to move forward with incorporating permanent distant learning. The student surveys will be presented at this time. Can you present the student surveys for us, please? Is that going to be you, Maggie?
I'm sorry?
Can you present the student surveys for us at this time?
I actually believe that, hold on one moment.
Or was it somebody else that's going to be presenting?
Let me pull them up. Hold on one moment.
Okay, awesome. Board members, at the beginning of the student surveys, they were also, there's another section there that had actual student comments. So I'm just hoping that the board members have actually reviewed those student comments.
President Bremo, may I have a moment, please?
Yes, go right ahead. Not a problem.
Okay, thank you for your patience. Let me share the screen. Okay, can everybody see this?
Yes.
All right. So the first question we asked is, have you completed online theories as part of your curriculum? 309 students participated in the survey. 77% said, yes, I'm currently completing or have completed the online theory hours. 23% said, no, my school has never offered the option of online theory training. In the future, are your school offered theory classes online? How interested would you be in taking those online theory classes? 29% said they were very interested. 33% said they were somewhat interested, and 38% said they are not interested and that they preferred in-person theory. Let me see if I can make this. How would you rate your overall experience with online theory learning? 29% said terrible. 37% said that was the same as online or in person, and 34% said excellent. Compared to in-person theory training, how effective did you find online theory training? 31% said it was very effective. 49% said it was somewhat effective. 16% said not effective, and 5% said they can't really compare. Approximately how many hours of online training do you complete each week? 49% said 0 to 10 hours. 31% said 11 to 20 hours, and 19% said more than 20 hours. We also asked in your total theory hours, what percent of those hours were completed via online learning? 17.
Aging.
I'm sorry. So 25% said 17% of hours were online. 37% said 26 to 50% was online. 22% said 51 to 75% was online. And 24% said 76 to 100%. Online theory is meant to prepare for your state board exams on a scale of 1 to 5. How prepared are you for the state board exam? 27% said that they were not prepared. 18% felt they were very prepared. 55% said that they were somewhat prepared. Students were also asked how available were your instructors to answer questions you had related to online theory. 72% said very available. Somewhat available was 23%. Not available were my questions were not answered, or it took more than 2 business days to get a response was 5%. Would you recommend online theory training to future students? 62% said yes, 38% said no. This one was because of COVID-19 and the current state of emergency. Would you like to see online theory as a permanent option, even after COVID-19 pandemic has ended? 37% said no, 63% said yes. And then there are some comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. So I want to just say this, that the permanent distant learning, because we're in the COVID distant learning right now. So the permanent distant learning, those comments from the students is just kind of bring about some concern about the number of hours. I think that I really would like to see it move forward for a permanent distant learning with the board's assistance on how many hours. But what I do believe is that some of the reasons the students are at a higher rate of an alarming rate of students cheating on exams like never before. I mean, we had to literally send out information to schools because students are getting caught cheating like never before. And my opinion that the amount of hours that the students, it was basically some of the students stated that half of their training was online. And I know because we didn't have a cap on the hours, and they were only getting a lot of just theory to, I think, where the students were kind of getting lost, in my opinion. I'm just the comments alone that I've read from the students and from some experience. I mean, I've experienced it as well, that when we went out on COVID shutdown, we went out on the shutdown that we had to abruptly make a decision. And we made a decision like everybody else made a decision across this world, not just across the country. We made a decision that we needed to get the students back into school. We needed to make sure that they stayed in compliance, and we made sure that they completed, because we didn't know how long this COVID was going to be around. But now that we know COVID is going to be around, I mean, people are going to get COVID. I'm just not quite sure how we proceed with moving this to a permanent situation. Is this, Director Landry, this permanent distant learning, if we vote today to move forward with permanent distant learning, this is just to us to work out to move to legislation, or do we do this without legislation?
There may be a possibility of not having to have legislation to do the theory learning. The practical learning we definitely have to have. If you ever want to do practical learning remote, that would take legislation. We could move forward with some, not a law change, but a change in the regulations. We could take and put it in the regulations and allow it to be done that way. So it wouldn't require a law change, it would just require a regulation change. If you want to move forward with permanent distance learning, you could vote to say, take we want to do permanent distance learning and start putting together the regulations that would be necessary to implement it. And that's all that you'd have to do. Then staff would start working on putting together requirements and putting together regulations that are necessary in order to move forward with that.
Well, thank you, Director Landry. Is there any way that that we can actually have staff? I know that there's a lot of work. I kind of did some research on my own, but I would like for staff to be involved in this if you guys could find the time. Before we actually vote on the permanent distant learning, can we get from staff information of our surrounding states, what the percentile of hours that could be taught? Like some states have 20%, some states have 25, no states have 50. Some states have minimal hours. They give you like hours that you can do online, because I think that what was put in place before, I'm not quite sure. Well, it's kind of showing us how it affected the students. Board members, if you read the comments alone, you would really see on that graph, it's just showing us the percentile, but the comments is telling us a little bit more about students not really getting what they felt like they paid for, and that could be me as well. I mean, I'm looking out for the student, the overall state. It's not going to be one, not going to be two, it's going to be the overall decision I think the board needs to take a look at. So we need to find out what the other states have put in place for permanent distant learning as being a part of the region. We don't need to jump the gun like we did before. We did a lot because we had to, but I don't think we have to anymore. I think we need to take a good look at permanent distant learning and how many hours a student can attend permanent distant learning while in school. Any other board member have any other comment? I would like to hear it, but I looked at this long and hard. I looked at the comments. I'm looking at the amount of hours that the students were receiving, and I'm looking at what the board is now and staff is encountering.
Madam President, this is Kai Stanton. I'm sorry, my voice is a little weak. I haven't been feeling the best. As you notice, I've been kind of quiet. So I do have a couple of questions actually about this, and this is why I asked for surveys to be put into place so we can see what the students actually are thinking. And if you read down at the bottom, which I'm saying that the board member has read the surveys, is my hope, down at the bottom as well, and saw some of the comments and what the notices have been put out. regarding the alarming rate. I believe that was the term that was used when staff collected all of the information as well. The alarming rate of cheating, that's a concern. From my understanding, no other state is doing anything on a permanent basis. I'm not familiar with anything from Reno anyway, that anyone other school is doing anything regarding permanently anything. Things were just for an emergency purposes at the time. So now that we're talking about moving this forward, I would like to still make sure that the ratio of hours are still balanced out, because it's supposed to be 1 hour of theory per 8 hours. So I just want to take a sobering look at, that across the board. Making sure that we're giving them the information that they can obtain the information successfully. If you look at some of the details, some of the things that the students were saying, maybe we need to take that and apply that accordingly to when we, change over to that in the future.
Thank you, Board Member Stanton. Did any other board member have any other comment?
Brian Baltazar. Thank you, Madam Chair. And of course, I read through all of the comments. I think the comments are just a little bit easier to digest than looking at the graph. And so two of them that really stood out to me is, and I'm not going to say the whole comment, is that online learning has very little value in this industry. And also, I believe theory can be done at home while practical time can be done on campus. I am not a cosmetologist, so I can't necessarily relate to what the students' struggles are, but I have taken online courses and they're just much more difficult in it. And I kind of would have to agree with the comment that theory can be done at home online while practical is, it's just, you need hands-on training with that. And really, we don't want to do anything that's permanent that may damage the level of education that we have here, just because we're seeing a change in. I can't necessarily say that this is going to be, the world that we're going to deal with from this point onward. But we also don't want to be super reactionary to something that are still experiencing and make permanent changes that may degrade the level of education that we provide here in the state. We want to make sure that we're not necessarily following trends, but that we're establishing what is best for our state and essentially future-proofing this industry.
Thank you, Baltazar. Well, I totally agree. I mean, and I do like to find out what the surrounding states are doing, because if it's a trend around the country or our region, eventually it's going to come back and hit us. So that's kind of important as well. But I do believe that there's a level of permanent distant learning, but what does that level look like? I think that if a school wants to have that option and the board has put regulations in place, that should be their option. But at this time, there's no regulations in place. So I would like to Director Landry, I would like to get some information of how to even put regulations in place and table the permanent distant learning until we have more information. And maybe the next board meeting, we could possibly, if not the one after, we could possibly have more information. But I would like to look at, I would just like to look at, I mean, because I agree with Baltazar with the comments. The graph doesn't speak so much for the comments that the students are, the issues that the students are really having. We know that they're having issues and that they're having issues overall. And it's showing in there's action. I mean, it's actually showing in some students are not going to struggle. Don't get me wrong, they're not going to struggle. So that's why it could be an option for the school, but it's a hands-on profession. The students, I think, were inundated with hours, and when it was time to actually take the exam, then the students are struggling. There's a lot of students struggling to take the exam, and there's a lot of students have taken the exams multiple times, I was informed as well. So they might have passed it, but whereas they might have passed it the first or second time, they're passing it the third and fourth time. And then they're paying every single time. That's another issue for a student. So I would like to table the permanent distant learning if we can, and to gather more information. So if the board can see fit to gather more information, I would really like to see more information.
President Bramo, one thing that the board staff can do is we can query all the states around us and bring back a report next time, a short report just saying, this is what the states are doing. We can tell you how many of them are doing things based on the COVID cases and why that's led to distance learning, and how many have full-time permanent laws that allow them to keep on doing it. We can have that for you at the April meeting.
I would really like, I think the board just needs more information. We need more information. I mean, we're on the benefit of the school, because I have to say I'm the first benefit of the school, but I'm also a benefit of the licensee and the students being successful at this as well. So if we could get more information where the board can have more information, the board needs the information, and then Brian, like Baltazar said, he's not a cosmetologist. He's a public member. He needs more information. So I would appreciate that, Director Landry.
If you would, President Bramo, if you could call for a motion to direct the staff to do that, that would be great. That way it's official on the agenda, and we can take and query the states around us.
Yes, I would like to call for, pardon?
I'm so sorry. May I ask a question? I'm a student right now for cosmetology. My family's been in the hospital due to COVID, so I have to continuously ask for time off from school. For the time being, I know the board is discussing the permanent decision of distance learning, but for the time being, since COVID is at its peak right now, for the next few weeks, what can we do as far as attendance goes? Because I feel confused.
Okay, well, we're gonna go vote on this. We haven't made it to that point yet. So we're gonna still talk about that. But I would like to call for a motion for staff to do research for the next meeting about permanent distant learning in the surrounding states. Can I get a motion, please?
Ryan Baltazar, I motion to allow staff to gather more information from the surrounding states regarding this possible permanent distance learning regulation.
I would like to call for a second.
This is Board Member McCormick. I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item number 2 is clarification to the possible action for board members to vote on the term master to be used in advertisement.
Executive Director Landry again. This is
Okay.
just a clarification on what to do with the word master. There's been pushback and pushing here and there on the term master. It's not in the regulations itself, but they talk about including without limitation. So it's not limited to those terms. We just want to get a clear view from the board. Should we allow master or not? Staff doesn't care. So whatever the board wants, we'll take and implement it. So that's why this is on. And I think it'd probably be a good, good move if you can clarify that for us.
Okay, you asking me to clarify?
The board in total.
I don't have any comments on it, on that one particular, but can we get some board comment, please, on the word master being used in a licensee's advertisement?
It was just for advertisement. We agreed to not move forward for licensings, and anything else regarding any advancement in licensing is for the estheticians advancement only. That one is just for advertisement only to be used due to the fact that people are getting fined for that. So they were just clarifying, don't fine people for that. That's what that was under, and that we are not moving forward with the license for that. Estheticians will, the master, the advanced aesthetics esthetician will be the only license for that.
Okay, so does that give clarification to our board members and staff? Or that wasn't clearly defined?
I'd prefer having a motion saying, if you want to allow master to be allowed, then say we allow a master to be applied to any license type or any kind of advertisement they want to do. And that way we get good, clear indication on that.
So not license type, you mean their advertisement?
Right, no license.
Right.
Okay. Except the new
or the
advanced
esthetician.
esthetician.
Yeah, estheticians will be the only one that has that advancement.
Any board members have any other questions or concerns about that agenda item?
This is Board Member McCormick. I can understand both sides of this debate. I think the concerns that I have, and of course I will go with whatever the board is, it's going to be the board's decision, but I think we're seeing a lot of misleading advertisements. I think that the term master being used in an advertisement is typically associated with a cosmetologist who do have the ability to practice aesthetics services. I think that any term that seems superior to advanced could potentially be misleading for the public despite their actual credentials. And I think I just want to lay that before the board that if we have an advanced license, which should be the superior license, should be the end all be all. I don't know that allowing advertisements is less impactful on public safety when they may not be actually a master of some of the aesthetic services that they're performing. And I just appreciate being able to say that.
Thank you, Board Member McCormick.
Yes, and to continue on to that, this is Board Member Harris. I just had a conversation with people who are teaching without a license, who consider themselves licensed because they're certified. And it's just quite confusing, I think, when I'm talking to the public off from work or anything, that it's just confusing to use it, period. That's if you a master or you're not a master, but a licensed professional is just that, a licensed professional. When you get all your hours and you graduate and you take a test, that should be it. So thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Harris. I think what Director Landry is asking us for, and correct me if I'm wrong, Director, I think he's asking us to make a decision today if master could be used in a licensee's advertisement stating that they are a master, but really what I'm hearing from other board members is, how do you distinguish if they're a master or not?
Yes, and I think the misleading part came like 2 years ago, which I can see how they would be completely confused. So what this is a lot of salons have master stylist Redkins, or that's just the title of their salon. A couple of them educational facility regarding maladies and the breakdowns. And instead of creating a whole new license for that, I don't even know how that even got into the misleading understanding of the law itself on how that was highlighted or written in there in this last one, which was highly confusing. But then all of a sudden there was a mirage of like fines for that randomly. And so it didn't make any sense when people have been using that for like 20 and 30 years, all of a sudden is getting fined for that. So that's what that has to do with. It has nothing to do with an esthetician at all or any other advancement. It's pretty clear, especially when you have 35,000 applicants that have already been utilizing that and it's already in their title. So I don't understand how all of a sudden it's extremely confusing now. A lot of people already have that even in their books and their curriculum, even with barbers. That's a full breakdown as well. So you would have to find 35,000 applicants, which is the majority of the Nevada. And if the voice of the people is saying like, this doesn't make sense, doesn't make sense. Really sustain what's already been there. That's what that has to do with. It has nothing to do with implementing a whole nother license or even affecting the aesthetic program at all. So that's where that comes from. Even if they type that in Google, you'll have tons of people. That's the name of their salons that they've had for, like I said, 20, 30 years. So now you have to go back to people and say, oh, for the past 50 years, you've been this, but now that's not the case. That's not reality. That doesn't even make sense. I don't even know how this even got on the agenda of, to be honest with you, as far as making a mirage of licensing, being accountable for that. So that's where that came in from. And then there was the difference for
Board Member Stanton, you're going out. Okay.
Can you hear me now? An advanced license that they wanted to have. So that was approved accordingly to show the difference between someone utilizing medical equipment versus someone using just regular basis equipment. So that's where that came into play. So that's where that's at. So this is protecting 35,000 other applicants. That's what this is about. And that's why we said advertisement only, and that cannot be printed on their license.
Board Member Stanton, this is Bertha Jackson. So the reason for it being on the agenda is so that the board can basically tell us as staff and inspectors whether or not you would like us to move forward with continuing to cite these individuals for having that master in their advertisements or not. So that's why it's put on there. It's so that we can have direction from our board on whether we should cite or we should not cite for them having that master in their advertisements.
Thank you, Bertha, for clarification. I guess my point is, if you look at we have had.
Board Member Stanton, you're going in and out.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry. The law stated, not in this book, but the older books, it was highlighted regarding medical. And so that's where this conversation started. And so when it started with medical, it was actually referring to the medical terminology. Then when we had the new book printed out, the board was not discussing anything regarding master, it said expert. And then all of a sudden that appeared in the law, which no board member had ever discussed prior. It just appeared there this past book, which that was awfully kind of concerning too, and eyebrow raising for me. So then we had a list of people getting fines. So that's where that came in from. So yes, now we need to clarify. Yeah, that's what they were asking. Let's clarify, because we have tons of people, including Redkins and colorists, that have this breakdown. And now you're telling them that it's out of nowhere, this is illegal. So that's what this was about. It was to stop that from happening so that we can focus on things that are important. That's what this was about.
Can I just ask a question, Board Member Bramo? Are we currently fining in licensees for using the word master, Bertha? Or Maggie? That's a Maggie question too.
Thank you, President Bramo. We are not currently citing anyone that says master. We do occasionally come across advertisements that say they're a master esthetician or a master cosmetologist, master esthetician, but we don't cite anyone at this point. I think it's mostly because that term up to and including the expert, that sort of thing, that we would like the clarity.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the word master being used as long as we're not issuing licenses that state that they're master stylists or master, you know, the only advanced license that we have currently is the advanced esthetician. So if a individual consumer goes into or engage in services with somebody saying that they're a master, then they should have some kind of credentials to show that they can do more than just a esthetician, but they don't have a license. Okay, board, we need to make a decision. Can we get a motion to because the staff needs clarification. Now, I think the board is all clear. Either we're gonna not allow them to use master. If we didn't allow them to use master, what's gonna happen to all the individuals, the thousands of individuals that's using master in their license? What's gonna happen to them?
If you don't allow it, then we would be fining them. We have to. I mean, if you're gonna tell us that we have to do, if we can't allow master, then we've got to fine them when they do use the term master.
All righty, thank you.
Thanks for the clarification. I don't, my goal in stating my concerns was not to
Awesome, thank you, I appreciate it.
have people fined. I did just want to raise the concern that we do have a lot of misleading advertisements going out currently. So with that said, I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to allow the term master to continue to be used, and that no fines will be issued, but it's only to be used in advertisements and for cosmetology services.
So it's basically an advertisement.
Yes.
Okay.
So
Can go ahead, Maggie.
I just want to make sure I get this right. So if somebody says a master esthetician in their advertisements, what do you want us to do with that?
They should be fined because there is no master esthetician.
Okay, so it's carving out esthetician.
Yes, and it should,
advertising for an esthetician only
yes,
for cosmetic.
absolutely.
Hair,
Absolutely.
skin, and nails, basically, or hair and nails.
Thank you, Maggie. Yes.
This is Board Member Douglas. Is there a where they could be warned before they get fined on that master?
And we're talking that should be sent out. All of that information will be discussed and sent out as well as posted. And then there's also another, we still have a meeting with an esthetician, if I'm not mistaken, that's led by one of the board members, McCormick, I think a town hall meeting that will be discussed in detail. And I'm not sure what that in details, but she's further going to discuss further things regarding rolling this out.
Okay, because I know people come back, I didn't know. They always say I didn't know.
Okay, so I want to get clarity on this. So there's a motion on that's been presented that we could use the word master, but you can't use the word master if you hold an esthetician license. Is that the reason being is because there's an advanced license?
Yes, that's the only one.
It's correct what Board Member Stanton said. That should be the highest reference to your basically your credentials, because that's all we give. So there is no master aesthetics of any kind. We have an advanced aesthetics license.
We're not creating a new license for that at all for Cosmo. That's too much.
So, but Cosmo can use advanced. Oh, no, they can use master.
That's it.
I mean, I just didn't want it to affect the estheticians program, because there is an advanced license. So I wouldn't want an esthetician using the word master or advanced unless they have the actual license.
That's right. They have to have the license.
Okay, call for a motion. Is staff clear? Because I'm a little confused still.
So Board Member Bramo, this is Bertha Jackson. Just for clarification, it would be allowed, or we're asking for clarification or approval from the board to not cite cosmetologists, hair designers, nail technicians, when they use the term master before their license in their advertisements only. For advanced estheticians or estheticians, they would be required to either advertise as an advanced esthetician, or would be cited if they use the term master esthetician. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's what I'm hearing, but can we ask the Attorney
Yeah.
General, is that okay? Mr. Beaker? Okay, well, he might have stepped away.
No, I'm here.
Okay,
I'm
okay,
here.
okay,
I
did you,
apologize.
that's okay. Can you make sure that we are making the right motion? Bertha, can you repeat that again?
Please.
Yes, so at this time, we're asking the board to either deny or approve letting the board staff cite on estheticians that use the term master and not advanced. And if they use advanced, then of course they would have to be licensed as an advanced esthetician, but not cite cosmetologists, hair designers, nail technicians if they use master in their advertisements.
Okay.
I need all phones muted, please.
Everybody can hear me?
Yes.
All right, I just want to clarify exactly what we're asking and make sure I'm getting it right. So basically, we're saying we're carving out an exception that estheticians, as opposed to hair, nail, lashes, etc., cannot use the word master in their advertisements. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct.
All right. But everybody else can.
That's in the motion, yes.
Okay. This is a little bit complex to decide on the fly right now, and I don't want to steer the board in the wrong direction as on my first day. So I'm going to take this into consideration, do a little research on it, and get back to the board and probably by the end of the week with a determination, and then the board can either do a special meeting to vote if it's super if it's urgent and needs to be done right away, or we can calendar a vote on or determination at the next meeting, if that's okay with you guys.
Yes, thank you. I think we should table it until we get information from the AG's office.
Madam President, can you please clarify to the AG that the esthetician department is the only one with an advanced license as well? And that's why. They're the only one with that advanced license. No other department will have that license. So they're kind of their own island, if you will.
So that's why they're getting, so an esthetician can promote themselves as an advanced esthetician, but not a master? Or is that
No,
what
they
you-
have to have the license. There is an advanced aesthetic license. Only estheticians have this advanced aesthetic license. No other department has this license. Only aesthetics have this license. This
Okay,
is why they kind of stand a little different than everyone else. Not in a negative way, it's needed because they're
Right.
utilizing and working with medical doctors closely regarding other services that Cosmo and nail techs are not utilizing. They're utilizing products that are not approved on our side to do.
okay. So they should be able to advertise themselves as having an advanced esthetician license, which they need anyway, but they cannot use the word master.
No, they have to uphold that license due to everything that in details for holding that advanced license.
Madam
think I-
President, if I may add to that, for the AG, this is on my part. The reason the motion was worded this way is because there was some opposition based on wiping out the term all across the board and not allowing anyone to use the term master to make it nice and seamless. However, Board Member Stanton did express concerns that there are licensees who've been using the term master in conjunction with various certifications, various trainings that they've had throughout the years. My concern was that for aesthetic services, we only have an advanced license, and I did not want it being the opportunity for the public to be misled that there was a superior level of training with aesthetic-based services by someone calling themselves a master. So if we're going to allow the cosmetologists who've been using the term master and the hairdressers, and we're going to allow them to continue to use those credentials in their advertising, that is not something that estheticians have ever, that we're able to do. We have an advanced license, and the term master is superior to advanced.
Right. So that's kind of giving the public a perception that the person using the term in their advertisements is more qualified or more skilled than whether they have the skills or not. It's not recognized by the state.
With the estheticians.
That is correct. And I think it's across the board, but I am willing to make sure that we carve the language out specific to estheticians and allow the cosmetologists and them to have it. But yes, you are correct. I do believe it's very misleading to use the term master.
Okay. And if we're going to be codifying any of this and writing it into the regulations, I believe that has to be put into practice in the upcoming legislation session in 2023, and we should draft things for the LCB before that.
Yes.
This is not in the law. This is in the regulations, where this one clause is taken out of. It's in the regulations. That's what we're trying to get clarification on, is that the term master, is that a term that we're going to allow to be used on everything except estheticians or not? That's the plain and simple question. That's all we need to know. And once the board determines whether they want to allow it or not, if they want to allow it, then we're fine. If they don't want to allow it, then we've got to issue fines for people using the term master.
And we just want to be able to, AG, we just want to be able to make sure that if we're stating that estheticians only can use advanced and they cannot use master, but cosmetologists, nail technicians, hair designers can use master, that's legal, and we're not going to have any outside issues with saying one entity can use masters and the other entity can't, but because there's an advanced license on the other entity.
There's no advanced license for the nails,
No. Right. For
That's
nails
me
and hair.
Right. So nails and hair doesn't have an advanced degree, but can call themselves master. And the estheticians who have an advanced degree cannot.
Because there's an advanced license now.
Right. But in the public's mind, would you say that, okay, so let's say there is, let me clarify, because as far as I know, I'm not sure exactly the difference between an esthetician and hair, nails, lashes. I mean, I don't have much hair to work with.
That's okay. We want your public opinion.
Right. So my question is, if I am a member of the public and I'm looking for somebody who is an esthetician but provides the other services, and I'm looking at somebody who says they have the advanced license, and I'm looking at somebody who says they're a master, that would be confusing to me to determine who would have the higher level of qualifications. Do you guys, does that seem plausible? Is that kind of on the right track?
Yes,
Correct.
but that's the reason why the
Right.
board members are asking for estheticians not to use the word master.
But to correct that, to add to that, my original was I would prefer it to be removed across the board. I believe that it should be removed because it seems superior to advanced, and cosmetologists have the ability to perform aesthetic services. So being able to use master and still do skin and facials is still misleading to the public. So I just would prefer that it not be used.
I might tend to agree with Ms. McCormick. Coming from a martial arts and combat sports avenue, if I see somebody who's advertising themselves as a master of whatever art he created versus somebody who is licensed and certified under a particular style or body, you know, a general member of the public might say, hey, the master is higher, let me go to that, even though they're not licensed, they're not certified, they're making up their own stuff as they go. So I think the term master is very subjective, and leaves a lot of interpretation open, especially if there is no like master degree or masters of whatever it is they're doing. So I will do some research. I will speak with the higher ups and see which is the better way to go, whether to remove it only for estheticians or across the board or not at all, and report back as soon as I can.
Can I ask a question also as well, board
Please.
staff? Would there be a issue, because what my concern is the thousands of masters that have paid additional money into their training, have received these certifications, that's using the word master because they've earned more than what the ordinary licensee has. My concern is, how do we reach them? How do we say you can no longer do this when you've done it for the last 20 years? So I think that we would be really interested in our Attorney General coming back with us with some guidance, because there are some industry leaders that set themselves apart from a regular cosmetologist or a nail because of the additional certifications. Maybe we can come up with something that if you use the word master, then you have to have send in certifications and we let board staff approve it. We probably have to come up with something that's going to be across the board for all, because now that we have an advanced license, we're saying all these people that's been trained many of years, you can no longer use this word.
Let me
That's
ask a
my
question.
only concern.
Let me just a quick detail question. So you're saying that some of the cosmetologists and estheticians, I'm assuming their esthetician is a cosmetologist, correct?
They can do certain services, yes.
Okay. There are not licenses, but degrees that say master hair, master nails, master lashes.
Yeah, there are programs, yes.
Okay. Does the state recognize, or does the board, as far as you know, recognize that word, that term, that higher level education in any way other than what the normal certification would be?
As an instructor. they do. As the Milady instructor, there is a breakdown program to renew your license as an instructor. And that has been approved. It's on the CEU accreditation list.
Okay, would it be fair across the board, whether for estheticians or not, you guys might want to give me more guidance in this, but would it be fair to equate the term master with the term instructor? Therefore, if somebody is licensed as an instructor, they can use the word master, but
That's
not the other
fair.
way around?
That
I
makes
like that.
sense.
Yeah, that seems fair to me.
That makes sense.
That seems fair, but then we need to be able to reach out and give people time that's been using that word before we start issuing fines. But I'm okay with the master because there is master programs for educators, not master programs. They just have certifications for the other licensees we don't have a way to measure what make you a master. Is that what you're asking?
Right, so like
Yeah.
I'm saying, if you're a master and that means you're an instructor, then
have
if
to
you're
have an
advertising that, hey, I'm a master, I teach other people how to do that, that seems like it would be beneficial and help the public find out, okay, who are the higher level, who are the, if you're the teacher, I might want to go to you instead of the student. But if you're practicing but not at the instructor level, then the term master might be a little higher, a little too high.
Okay.
You
I'm
have to
okay with
hold an
that.
instructor's license. Yeah, that makes sense.
I agree. I like that.
Yeah, I do too.
All right, so I will run this up the flagpole and see how we can codify this now that we have an agreement.
Awesome. So can we make a motion to have this put on the next agenda?
I believe so.
Ms. Bramo, it looks like we have a few hands up with some questions.
Okay, go right ahead. Euphoria?
Yeah, hi, this is Lou,
Okay.
from Euphoria Institute. So, I don't want to, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can hear you.
I don't want to beat that horse, but, my understanding, and I became licensed in the state in 2004, that the word master was already in the law, that you couldn't use it. And at one of our meetings, we had a discussion about, creating a master license for the cosmetologists. So I don't think it had any advertising or anything like that, but if I recall correctly, we talked about now that we have an advanced license for aesthetics, that we would start to work on something that would be a little bit more advanced / master for the cosmetologists. So I just feel that giving the cosmetologist and the nail technician, hair designer, the ability to use the word master implies that they are ahead of the advanced person in aesthetics. And if we're going to use that term, then we should make it a master esthetician as well as a master cosmetologist and so on and so forth. Because there's nothing that just explains what the pinnacle, what the final level is if we have all these different levels. So it's just my understanding that it was a comment that we made that we were going to work on for the cosmetologist. Actually nail tech was never brought in. And it was also my understanding since 2004 that it was already in the law that you could not use the word master in any advertising. Didn't say anything about the name, even you to the point of where you couldn't even put it on your card, because I technically am a master colorist, but I could not put that on my card because it was against the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology law. So that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you, but I think for some reason, it looks like it was taken out. I don't know when, but I think it's a good way for us to go is to make it, 1 second, Board Member Harris. I see you. I think that it was somehow the master came out, and this is the issue now. So what's at hand for us now is to make the decision of who can use the word master. And I think I agree with the other board members that master could be used if you're a master educator because you're actually teaching it and the state board has your credentials, because educators have to submit their CEUs to the Nevada Board of Cosmetology for renewal, I'm good with that. So we just have to get it taken care of. And I think with guidance from the Attorney General's office, we're gonna have a better understanding of it. But hold on, Baltazar, it was Harris first. Go right ahead, Harris.
I'm sorry, Ms. Harris, if I can just comment on the last question. Just in
Yes,
a quick search of the NAC and the NRS 644A, the statute and the regulations for cosmetology, the word master is not in either of them.
yes.
So
Thank you.
if there was a prohibition against using that word, it's not in there now.
Right, somehow it was taken out some years ago, I believe.
Right.
Harris, Board Member Harris.
Yes, my apologies. I didn't mean, I saw a hand. I thought it was mine. It wasn't. Sorry about that.
Oh, okay, was
But I agree with
Baltazar.
what you're saying.
Okay, Board Member Baltazar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would have to agree with Lou said from Euphoria Institute. It as someone from the public, seeing this unequal usage of the word for me would prompt me, let's say we do present this in a regulation change. The only thing it would motivate me would be to challenge that regulation in the legislature, because it doesn't seem equal. It doesn't seem egalitarian across the board. I would have to fall back with Board Member McCormick said, is either abolish the usage of the word altogether or have uniform usage across the board, to carve out a specific profession from being able to use it, or to place special conditions on which when they can use it. It just doesn't seem equal, and it just screams challenge me. So that is where I'm coming from. I would be open to the adoption of the word master as opposed to advanced, and maybe that would lessen some confusion, like Lou said. But this just seems like a messy carve out, in my opinion. And were I an esthetician, it would just to me say, I need to go do something about this and challenge the law.
Thank you, Baltazar. Board Member Stanton.
I think giving the instructors, there is an instructor nail tech, there's an instructor for cosmetology. This will give that answer across the board. There's already a license there for an instructor. They already are required to do 30 CEU accreditation hours before they're even able to renew. So this puts this on that same level than having to create now a third license for the nail techs or, X, Y, and Z. The estheticians, the reason they have to have this, like, once again, they're utilizing certain things that working close with doctors, plastic surgeons, and other services that require certain education that needs this particular license to be in a place. The other licenses aren't really required. There's really nowhere else to go. I mean, that you learn color and all that other fun stuff regarding chemicals, anatomy, and physiology. The next level would be instructor. So it totally makes sense to allow that to go there, especially when there's already programs and things already in a place that have been there since 1978, if not longer. So they've already been established there. So putting that on the instructor level still eliminates all that confusion across the board.
Can I ask one clarifying question before we get to the next hand up? Are the services that you're talking about that estheticians can provide? Are we talking about like Botox injections and subcutaneous or intravenous things like that, like actual
Yes.
injections?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, totally different. And we are not doing that. They're doing injections. Exactly. Totally different process.
Now, for estheticians, is there another level of esthetician or license similar to the other cosmetological areas where now you're not just advanced, but you're an instructor as well?
Yeah, what was happening is a lot of the estheticians had to be under a certain level of, want to say, not just doctor care, it was something else they had to be under that did not allow them to necessarily set apart and highlight their training. So we're having an entourage of just random aesthetics, injecting people without having the proper knowledge and all of the other proper services as well as education they needed. So that's why that license was extremely important to put into play.
Are we talking about not just lip and forehead injections, but like, you know, like in some countries in like DR, they do crazy like butt injections and weird, you know, weird parts of the body, just injecting weird fluids and substances? Are we heading on that side, or are we just thinking around? Like, I just want to know what we're talking about.
Madam, it's a complicated, can I just say this, and I see your hand, Mimi. Can I just say this? I think that at this point, we have an advanced esthetician license that went into effect January 2022. So it's given now the esthetician attorney general to perform some additional services under the supervision of a doctor's license. Whereas if there was an esthetician that was licensed and did not acquire the advanced license, there are going to be services that they cannot no longer perform. So if we have all these licensees using the word master, and you're a cosmetologist, and you can still perform, because cosmetologists hold all three licenses. You can do hair, nails, and skin with that one license. So if you're calling yourself a master and you just specializing in skin, I would probably go to the one that's calling themselves a master over an advanced if I'm not quite sure what the meaning of the license is, which consumers don't. Right. So I think what we're trying to get to the bottom of is that should we use master for educators only because they have to have the credentials anyway? They're the only license out of all the licenses that we have that's required to continue education. The other license in our state, there's no continuing education requirement. Right. So I think when you come back with the feedback, then now you know that all licensees except the esthetician license can go up to an advanced license. The hair license, the nail license doesn't have an advanced license, does not require in our state continuing education. The only license that require continued education is the instructor's license.
Right. So no matter whether you're an esthetician, whether you're a nail technologist, if you're an educator, you can call yourself a master. Is that kind of what we all agree on, or are we still debating that?
I don't have a problem with it. I think some agree, some don't, but if you can get back to us and say, these are the license that require continuing education, can master be used? If it can't be used, we're gonna just get rid of it altogether.
Board Member Bremo, just so that we're clear, this is not gonna change the license type, as it's gonna remain an instructor. We don't have a master instructor, we don't have a master anything. At this point, we were just asking for clarification on whether we can cite individuals or licensees that have the term master, since it is not included in our law. Whether
exactly
the term master at all.
Right.
Right. So being that it's not in the regs at all and it's not in the statute at all, either direction we go, if we do decide that yes, it's a good yes, we can cite them. I think the politic way would not just issue citations right away, but educate everybody, send out an email to all licensees or a hard letter or maybe both, this is the new regulation. This is when it's going into effect. You have until this date to adjust your advertisements or billboards or whatever you have, your Facebook and Instagram posts, to either add the word in master if you are an educator and hold that license currently, or remove the word master if you are not an educator and cannot hold that license.
That's the question.
Rebecca, it is not in the statutes or regulations that they can use the term master. We'd have to go in and change that. But it is not currently in there. So we're asking, basically, what this agenda item is asking is whether we can cite currently or not if they use master. And if they are using them and the board does decide to let us cite, then what we would do is we would send out on anyone that comes across as a complaint that they're using that term, or that we see that they're using that term in their advertisements, that we would send out as staff a warning or compliance review, letting them know they can no longer use that term or they should not be using that term. But that's going to be based, and then from there, issue a citation if they continue to use that term. But the point of this agenda item was for the board to let us know as staff, can we cite them or not if they use master in their advertisements.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, I would like for us to table it, but I'll take the last two questions. Mimi?
Thank you, Madam President. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to just add on to what you were saying and what Board Member Kai Stanton was saying, because the word master is something that's been out there and we've seen it year after year after year. Whether you're a master colorist, a master lash artist, because they've taken classic and volume and mega volume and Russian volume. So it is something that is going to be, if it's something where we can't use the word master across the board, it's something that's going to affect, like you guys were saying, thousands of people. It's going to be huge. So I just wanted to keep that in mind. And I know my hand was up for quite a while there. So Board Member Kai Stanton did also throw out there the master educator training that we take as instructors. So I think you guys have kind of picked up all the points that I had waiting. So thank you for your time.
Okay, you're welcome. Is it Jasmine? I see another hand up, one more hand.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, so I am just a licensed cosmetologist in which was sitting in on this meeting. I did email you guys just regarding a couple concerns, and they instructed me to just kind of chime in at the very beginning or at the very end of the meeting. This is my first meeting. I don't know. I just raised my hand to confirm.
You can chime in at the end of the meeting. We're almost there.
I thank you so much.
You're welcome. When I go for the comment, okay? Yep. Agenda item number H.
Okay.
Okay, so can I get a motion? Can we have a motion to give the Attorney General the go ahead to get some resolution to the word master, and then we can table it to the next meeting?
This is Kai Stanton.
This is Board Member McCormick. I'd like to make a motion to instruct the Attorney General to bring clarity as to whether we will designate the term master and add it back in to be included by instructors only and not by any other licensee, or if we will remove it altogether.
Can I get a second?
This is Kai Stanton. I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. The next possible discussion is to revisit the maximum hours that a student can complete via distant learning. During the December 7, 2020 board meeting, the board voted to allow remote theory hours until the state of the emergency was lifted or the pandemic was over. The board clarified while the state of emergency is in place, schools are allowed to do theory hours via distant learning once the state of emergency has been lifted, are allowed to do hours of distant education once the state of emergency has been lifted by the governor. Schools are to resume to 100% theory training. So during the October 21st board meeting, the board voted to allow the maximum of 6 hours a week for distance learning. The maximum of hours to be accrued in a month is limited to 24. So I think there has been some concern, and I want to just be able to say this to the board. On October 11th, we made the decision that theory hours are, well, if they doing for over 40 hours a week, board, the theory hours are 6 hours a week, and that's how we came to the calculation of the 24. I know that we're still under somewhat COVID restrictions, but I want us to really take in consideration that what we've seen today so far as the comments that the students are having with the distant learning. I know COVID is still in bloom, but COVID is going to be in bloom for a while. So what I did, board, is I did some research with the CDC guidelines. And the CDC guidelines have went from, when we made this decision, it was a 10-day stay at home, but now it has been reduced to a 5-day stay at home. With 6 hours a week for theory, 24 hours a month, if a student has to be out, I'm just kind of confused, why would a student be out for a whole month? So I don't have a issue with listening to the comments, but I do have some concerns. So I would take comments from the board members first.
Madam President, this is Kai Stanton. I have a question. How many schools are having challenges with not just students being out regarding COVID, but challenges regarding the hours and the implementation as well? Because from my understanding, I thought we clarified the board a while ago. So I'm a little confused. I just need some clarification myself too, to see how many schools are actually having challenges altogether with this.
Well, I know that there's some challenges, but I'm not sure how many schools. I haven't heard much about this. I mean, that would be a board question for Bertha. Can you share information with the entire board, Bertha, about I'm just kind of confused. Well, I know why we're discussing it, but I want to be able to make sure that we're discussing this across the board. Can you answer the board member Stanton's question?
Yes, Ms. Bremo. So we've only come across 2 schools who have been struggling with this issue. Other than that, the rest of the schools in Nevada, we have not heard from if they have been having issues with this or not. Only
Okay.
2 of them have reached out to the board.
And the second school that reached out, they said that they were going to close down for a week and then reopen is what their proposed possible solution, just to get over this bump of the spike in the COVID cases. But that's the only thing that they were going to do for addressing the issue.
Okay.
Now this is under emergency, correct? Because nothing is permanent. I just want to be clear. We never voted on anything permanent. This is we're just communicating regarding on emergency purposes regarding COVID. And if students are out with COVID, they are to be able to take that time accordingly. They can still communicate back and forth via Zoom or phone call. If I word it.
That is correct. It's only for the state of emergency. It's the temporary. It's not something that has been finalized or is for permanent distance learning.
And are we still under, I thought we were just under a mandate. Are we under a state of emergency? We're not shut down, if I'm not.
Yeah, we're still under a state of emergency. It hasn't been lifted since it's been called.
Okay, but we're still not shut down because the schools are still functioning accordingly as far as what I mean, but I can only speak on the Washoe County school districts and things like that regarding people
But
going back.
I think it's across the board. What I did was I looked at the Clark County School District's CDC policy that was posted on January 7th. And it was stating that the 5-day quarantine, if you were, and I believe it's, correct me, Attorney General, if I'm wrong, if you're 6 feet, within 6 feet, if you're not within 6 feet of that person that was contacted with COVID, you don't have to quarantine. I think what we need to do as a board is we need to have a thorough understanding that the schools are already allowed 6 hours a week when there's only 6 hours of theory that could be given. So to increase the hours from 6 hours a week to what? We've already seen the outcome when we was giving them 20. Remember on that screen, it showed that the average student got over 20 hours a week. Now we're getting the after effects of it because they can't pass the exam and they're cheating on it. So 24 hours a month at home, I think we're the only surrounding state that's still under COVID hour restrictions. From my understanding and from my research. So for me to say that we need to increase the hours from 24 to what? When there's only a 5-day state of a quarantine process, and that's CDC. So I would like to hear from you, Baltazar. You have your hand raised.
I'm sorry, I actually forgot what I meant to ask. I believe Bertha had indicated that there were only 2 schools that had indicated they were having some challenges. And I was wondering if you might be able to share what particular challenges they were having.
All of the schools that had challenges were challenges with staff being on campus and students being on campus. That was the main challenges. Is what do if they can't have the students on campus or the staff on campus because they're out with COVID. You know, they've got COVID symptoms or have tested positive for COVID. So that's the entire challenge. That's all the challenges we've heard are staff and students that tested positive for COVID.
And that's going to happen. So I think as a board, we need to understand that people are going to get COVID, but the restrictions have changed from 14 days to 10 days to 10 days to 5. So at 24 hours a month, I have a little difficulty. I think I'm having a problem with that. Okay, so any other board members have any questions or concerns before I take the comments from the other schools?
Ma'am, may I speak?
No, you can't, not right now. You can raise your hand and we'll go in pretty much in order. I want to go ahead and hear from Lou at Euphoria.
Thanks, Gwen. So just a comment on the 5-day thing. So that is true. However, you have to be asymptomatic or not have symptoms. So if you test positive for COVID and you take a test 5 days and you're still negative, you have to wait another 5 days. If after that 5 days, you are still exhibiting symptoms, you have to wait an additional 10, and that's right out of the CDC guidelines. So, but that's besides the point, because I do think that it's very confusing and everybody interprets it the way they want. But at the end of the day, my whole point of asking for this to be put on the agenda is because I would like the board to reconsider their decision of only allowing 6 hours of distance learning during the pandemic. And this is the following reasons. For the well-being of students and staff, I feel we need to manage our response to the COVID-19 spikes. This past week, we were forced to close our doors as we had 30+ students and 7 staff members call out in less than 3 days. I am concerned that having all students in attendance will perpetuate these kind of spikes. With the allotted time passed by the board of 6 hours for online learning, that is not enough time to manage an outbreak, much like the current Omicron outbreak. Prior to the change, we had 20 hours, which allowed for 50% occupancy at any given time, which minimized the exposure of staff and instructors and clients, which are oftentimes elder. Furthermore, when we have outbreaks like this, students are fearful and many attend the online portion only. When we were able to do 20 hours, it didn't have such a negative effect on their attendance, their financial aid, or their grad date completion. I have notes, emails, petitions, all requesting the same thing, to allow for 20 hours during the spikes like this. I feel that I have a responsibility to my students, and my employees to keep them safe. And right now, I don't feel that I am doing that. I have an obligation to educate them in a safe environment. I would like the board to consider the schools to decide what is best for their population by reinstating the 20 hours of distance learning. This could be a moving slide based on the positivity rate. Currently, we are over a 25 positivity rate. I would like this rate to be used as a measurement as to when we can reduce or increase the number of hours spent online. Basically, if the rate is below 5%, we would stay at 6 hours. But as it starts to spike, we can instantly adjust the exposure within our school. This measurement should stay in place until the pandemic is declared officially over. Once it's over, then we can decide if online learning is a good fit for cosmetology school. I know personally of the suffering and long-term effects of COVID. My niece, a mother of 3, was on life supports and in ICU for over 3 months. I get that we want it to be over, but quite frankly, it's not. There's a new variant that was just discovered in France, and it's only a matter of time before it reaches our borders. We don't know how this is going to affect us, and what we need to develop is a plan or a measurement that will help us manage these kind of spikes in the next coming months and hopefully not years. Thank you.
Thank you. Lou, I just have a question. Maybe I think it's mainly a concern, and then this would assist in the hand raising. I'm recommending to the board that, because I do believe that we would be ready at any given time, because I mean, we have the authority to call an emergency meeting as we did before. But I think I have a little bit of concern that the Clark County School District, we're still sending kids to school, but we can't send adults to cosmetology school. I think I'm having a little bit of concern about that. So I'm asking the board that if and when the governor declares that we will need to go to online learning, the board staff can put in position the amount of hours that should be given based on the fact when the pandemic first took place, we allowed 20, 30 plus hours a week. We got awful results. We saved lives, I'm sure, but the results of it, but now that we're over some of that hump because people are being vaccinated, and I think that we need to, at one point, allow our governor to make some decisions for this state. If Clark County School District, I have a kindergartner grandson that I'm dropping off to kindergarten 5 days a week. If they can sit there with masks, I think some of my concern is that an adult can sit there with a mask. So
I don't think
this is not up for argument, Lou. This is me talking to the board.
Sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, no, we're not up for argument. It's just that we are here as a board to do the right thing for the state of Nevada. And my concern is if we had a flux of schools that came to us saying, this is the issue that we're all are having, we can all agree. But I think my biggest concern is that there's one or two. And the second one, the Director Landry said wasn't not acts of changing hours. So I'm a little bit confused here of why we need to go back to 80 hours a month for theory. Me personally, as a school, I cannot support that. So it's going to be ultimately the board's decision, but COVID is here and it doesn't look like COVID is going anywhere anytime soon. So what we have to do is we have to be able to remain safe, remain with masks, and follow the guidelines and CDC guidelines or state guidelines. We have a governor that's overseeing this state that we need to listen to. And if the other schools, we follow suit, but to change the hours, and I've been actually watching and asking staff to watch, what are the other states doing? COVID is not just here, it's everywhere in all of our surrounding states, and nobody has increased their hours, and we're here to increase hours from 24 to 80 a month. I have a big problem with that. I really do. So, I mean, we can listen to the hands raised. It's up to the board if they want to continue to listen, or we can table this until the case of emergency arises where the governor states that the schools will have to go to distant learning, and staff will direct the board on the surrounding states' hours. We cannot, board, make the decision to allow what we did before to happen, because we have impacted a lot of students and the numbers are showing it. So I do want you guys to understand that we do understand, because I'm in the same situation. I'm a school owner. I understand. I have staff out. I have students out. But what about the students that's not out? The students that are in school? Do we allow students to stay home because my sister or brother has COVID, and then the ones that's in school have to be there and they cannot get the same amount of hours? We haven't balanced it. Hasn't been thought out. So I think what we need to do as a board is to prepare for the governor if he decides to shut us down, if he decides to go us partial inside, because cosmetology will be one of his first, like it was before, because we are servicing the public. He will make sure that we have the foundation that we need to shut down this time. We will make sure that it's going to be in the safety and sanitation and the benefit for us all. So, I mean, 24 hours a month, I just say, if you're home for 5 days, if you're home for 10, you're still getting 12, 13 hours a week. The students are not being charged. Director Landry sent out a memo to make sure that the students that's out for COVID is not going to be charged. So we pick up, we get COVID. COVID was in my family over the Christmas holidays. You go get tested, you go back, it's gonna happen. So we change our regulation because somebody has COVID. I just don't see how we can legally continue to keep doing that. I'm confused. I just don't think we can without the governor saying that the schools need to go back to hybrid learning. Elementary is not in hybrid learning.
Excuse me.
Board members first. Any other board members have any other comments? I'm confused here.
Madam President, no school is offering 24 hours. That when we break down the calculation, that doesn't add up regarding hour-wise for the 24 hours. I think we tried something like this.
No one can hear you.
Board Member Stanton?
I'm sorry, can you hear me? I'm getting
Yes.
cut out. I think someone keeps cutting in. They're not muting. So that can wreak a little bit of a issue with hearing. So I guess what my point is, we tried it a different way, and there was too many hours in one area than the other. Then when they went to take their test, Now, not just once, but twice, we have an alarming rate of students cheating. Also with the student surveys, if you read them down in details, there are some major concerns there that the students have regarding their education and it being implemented and how they're receiving it. This is out of their own mouths. So that is on the agenda, the breakdown of the survey. So to add more is concerning when there's only 8 hours, 1 hour theory to 8 hours. So how are they getting the rest of the information accordingly equally? We tried that, it didn't work out. I don't understand why.
Board Member Baltazar, thank you, Board Member Stanton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree. I mean, we can't seesaw back and forth on hours that we're providing. As Madam Chair pointed out, we're seeing the results of having too many hours by having students perform poorly. But I also don't want to be, mute or deaf to the concerns that
I
institutions
agree.
like that Euphoria are pointing out. I mean, having an infection rate that's aligned to how many hours are allowed seems like, a viable alternative. But ultimately, I think we need to, I almost feel that we need to see more, and I know time isn't something that we necessarily have, but as time progresses, we are seeing the negative impact that our previous decision had, and that which presented a whole new host of issues that I never thought we would have to address. And so I'm a little torn. I want to be sensitive to all areas, but this is certainly a difficult task. And looking to our governor, he's also challenged with a myriad of issues as well. So it's I almost feel, yes, I'd like to look at our governor for guidance, but he's so torn in so many different directions that I almost feel that sometimes we do have to take some of these decisions as an individual entity. It's just a very complex issue, and I wish I had a more concise answer for everyone.
Thank you, Baltazar. But my comment to your comment, Baltazar, is that I know the governor has a lot on his plate at this time, but I think that if we act now, we're going to come back at this if it goes to anything else different. So my recommendation is that we continue with the 24 hours. And if we see as a board that there is a need to increase an additional 5 to 6 hours, but not 80 hours a month. If we see the need to increase that, I mean, as people become more vaccinated, it's less people are having, so I'm torn with it too, but we have to make it make sense. We got to live in this COVID world. And we just got to figure out how to do it safely, knowing that people are going to get sick. So every time somebody gets sick or every time there's an issue, we change the regulation. We can't do that as a board. That's just not how it works. We need to have better information and better guidance. And right now, because COVID it's wintertime COVID, I think that we look at this in another month or another month or two. I spoke to Director Landry about this, and I just feel that we should take a look at it when the time comes so that we won't seesaw the hours. We'll have some clear defined information for the schools and the students to follow, because in the comments, some students were saying that their schools are not prepared. If you read the comments board, you would see that there was a lot of comments saying that their schools were not prepared for them to have distant learning. So if we're going to be changing and increasing hours for somebody that gets sick, what happens to somebody that gets sick when their school's not prepared? So we need to make sure that all the schools are prepared for whatever the change is going to be, so that students fairly across the board will have the same opportunity to be able to stay home and receive hours if they're out over 5 days. Any other board members have any other comments? Okay, so we have a lot of comments, and it looks like they're euphoria comments. So where do we start?
We have Mark Decola.
Okay, go right ahead, Mark.
Hi there, this is Mark from Euphoria. And I'm just really chiming in to echo Lou's sentiments and to, just declare that the mission of the board is to protect our consumers. And our consumers are not only our students, but are also our clients that come into the salon and to the school. And to reduce it arbitrarily to the number of 6 hours per week, it seems silly. It just doesn't really work. So I don't understand why worse, really, how it's lessened, the hours, and it's a way to mitigate for us the amount of people that are in the building at any given time to help do our part to stop and to slow the spread, which in my opinion, based on the mission statement of the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology, is to protect consumers. So I feel like we're immediately neglecting that responsibility by not allowing schools to have the discretion to teach according to the needs of their student population. And when we have 7 instructors call out in 2 days and 34 students call out in 2 days, it's a pretty strong signal that we need to mitigate by reducing the number of people that are here at any given time. And I don't think that it's causing us any problems. We've had great student success with online learning. We have a very robust platform with Pivot Point for online learning, and they're doing very, very well. So I don't know how our numbers don't reflect your numbers personally, but in our opinion, for our school, the needs are very, very well met, the online platform. So, I think that it's an issue of preparedness for some other schools versus what we have. And that's why some people don't want to favor online learning, because they might not be able to adapt to it. And, we're trying to adapt as best we can in the current pandemic. And, you're really just arbitrarily picking a number of 6 hours because you think that the pandemic is over. And it's just not. It's just simply not that way. And I think that if you look at all the hands up across the board, they're probably going to say the same thing. I know myself and my coworkers and our students that have been on this meeting since 9 o'clock this morning. I've seen them, and they're here to participate for a reason. And the reason is because what we're doing is not working to help mitigate the transmission of this virus. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. And I appreciate your comment. And I don't think the board I don't think I can say for myself as being insensitive to your comments. But by the way, we came up with the 24 hours because students are only allowed to receive 6 hours a week for actual theory training. So, and I think that, if there were, a pool of schools.
6 hours, Gwen, I'm going to interrupt you, Gwen. 6 hours is the minimum for theory.
Well, I mean,
our students receive way more than 6 hours of theory per week. Let me just beg your pardon.
Okay, but we're talking just law. In the law book, that's what it
Okay,
states.
in the law is that it's the
But Mark,
minimum.
we're not going to get into that. Okay,
because
all the
it doesn't work
if we're
for you.
going
I
to get into
understand.
that with the comments, you guys, we're going to do the comments after the end of the meeting.
So you get to have the last
we're going
word.
to do the comments. We're going to do the comments respectfully, or we're not going to do them at all.
I don't think that respect is a two-way street in this meeting. I really don't. I believe that it's a one-way street.
It is because, I mean, people want what they want, and I get it. I really do. I get that part. So I understand that. But when we're listening here as a board, for me to listen and to be able to say we're going to change this for one school, I don't have that authority to do that. Okay, I don't have that authority to say that it's fine to change it for one school. If we had 10 schools at least on this meeting saying that this is the issue that we're having, that's the reason why we have staff to direct us Staff directs us as well, Mark. This is something that we don't just pick up out of ourselves and say, okay, when I see something on the agenda, I go straight to the staff. This is nothing that nobody's just making up and saying, we're gonna just come out with the amount of hours. The amount of hours is if a student attends class every day, they can attend 1 hour of theory. Okay, that's in the law. How many hours of theory your school gives is perfectly fine. That's your school's choice of how many hours you want to present to your students. But far as the law book is what we're here talking about today. So, I mean, the comments, if they're going to be comments, that's going to be rude comments or what this is what we want and we're talking that I don't see why the board, I'm not going to open it up for comments until the end of the meeting. I'm not going to say it twice. So if we're gonna have comments, we're gonna have comments and they're gonna be respectful comments, not this is what I want because I don't know what no other school is doing. The comments are speaking about all schools. If you read the comments, you will see things about euphoria too. There's just not probably expertise too. There's just not no one particular school. So I'm confused where this is even coming from, but we're not gonna do an attack the board thing today. That is not going to happen. So if we're going to continue with comments, if we're going to continue to take comments, or we can just wait and take the comments at the end of the meeting.
Okay, I don't understand how I was attacking anyone. I was making a statement. So that's all I'm gonna say, and I'm done.
All right, let's get back on track here.
Attorney General, can I just take comments at the end of the meeting? Because I just don't feel like the board needs to be attacked. And I mean, if a board member wants to make some changes to this 24 hours, I need to hear from the board members.
Public comment is definitely on the agenda for the end of the meeting. If you want to allow only the public comment at the end, as long as it's on the agenda, we're good to go. There are several hands raised. If you want to take suggestions, again, that's at your discretion. But if we're going to open it up to comments, I think it should be everybody or nobody. It can't be one or two.
Right.
Madam President, this is Kai Stanton. I think this topic is really important. I would really like to hear not just comments, but concerns from the community that actually have concerns. I think that the information that there are a lot of people that can speak with a level of intelligence and a level of an emotional state that can really get their point across so that we can fully understand what's happening. I myself as a board member am going off of the information that is collected by staff, which is very important information that we have received is the bottom line. If you look at not just the surveys, but the astounding amount of students that have been cheating across the board, stating that they are not getting the proper information and knowledge that they have received inside of a school versus online is where the information is coming from. I just want everyone to understand that across the board. This is not one-sided. The staff is not collecting only certain part and half part information. They're getting all the information given to them from the students and giving to us. So I am asking for those that have sincere comments on how this is affecting them directly so that we can take a good look at what these hours look like, because we have done this before and it did not go very well for the students. I for one am a huge student advocate as well as a school advocate, and everyone's voice matters. But once again, we need to hear the concern without so much passion so that all board members can vote appropriately, is what the vice president was explaining. He would really like to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to understand what's actually happening and where the information on how we make our decisions are coming from, which is from the community, which is from your people. And one school was actually named in the survey, which, you know, you might want to take a look at that. Please read through that. A lot of that was not very favorable. So I'm just asking to please give us knowledge and information on how this is affecting you and what those hours look like, spread it across the board. Yes, that is minimum. So how are we adding these extra hours and where are those coming from? I commend those that are giving more education and theory. I think that's absolutely awesome. However, across the board equally, we need to make sure it's feasible for all the schools, and that's where we're coming from. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Board Member Stanton. Can I hear from Nathan O'Hara? Your voice, we can't hear you.
I was muted, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm the director of Ability School of Aesthetics. We also believe that online is an important issue and that it's very current. It's the spike in COVID cases is now, it's right now. And so a number of our staff and students really had strong feelings, which is why several of us are here today. Aaron, I see, is one of our staff members, Aaron Gomez. Natalia Abren is one of our students. I think some more of our staff and students are here, but I don't see them with their hands raised. So that's what I wanted to say, is that we'd like to just express our opinion that we would like, I don't know, 20 hours, or we would like some more options, some more flexibility in terms of online theory teaching. And I think we've done fairly well. We started off, when we started, of course, we weren't prepared. It was new to everyone. I think using Zoom, doing live in combination with Cengage and Google is working, I think, quite well for our students, but I'd like to hear if that's true from our other staff members and students. And that's all I want to say right now.
I would like to hear from a student.
May I add, hi, I'm a student at Ability College. I interrupted earlier, I'm sorry. And I would like to make a suggestion that is it possible for the board to stipulate that online teaching it's viable as long as the school maintains a certain standard and kind of give a guarantee that students will be passing. That way, students who enjoy online learning, because online learning really has been around for a long time, but it's just, new for cosmetology. But people get their PhDs online, so it's not something that it doesn't work. It's just that because it's so new, the platform is so new, and I think because of the pandemic and everything that's going on, like in everybody's lives, there's an adjustment. So for us to pull the hours back to current 6 hours, it really never allowed the schools to really adapt the platform and to make it work really well for certain students. I mean, also giving consideration to some students who may want to like learn this online just to see if they can possibly relocate, so this it gives an opportunity for schools and students to really get the skills they need and obtain licensing so they can eventually make a living. If the board allowed the schools to, like, the flexibility to say, as long as you make sure your students are not cheating and they do participate online and they do meet all the hours and they pass the test, then why not let the school have the flexibility to have the online platform? And of course, like you said, there are some schools who do not like the platform and who prefer the in-person teaching, and allow them to do so. And then during recruitment, during like orientation, that's something that, you know, they can present to the students. Because when I choose school, I want to have the flexibility to do online, or I want to have the possibility of doing in person. It gave me more options as a student. But if the board is saying, oh, all the schools have to do this or that, it kind of like narrow the possibility or the offer, you know, adult students. You know, we all have lives, we have children, you know, we have.
Okay.
Like
Thank you
kids, you know,
thank you for your
as
comment.
mentioned earlier,
Right.
first they're at lower risk.
Right. Thank you for your comment. And the board is taking in consideration. That's the reason why we're moving forward to get regulations for the permanent distant learning. This is not permanent. And I think what some of the confusion is coming in at is what it sounds like to me. Some of the confusion is coming in at as that we took this as though it was going to be permanent. So when the board initially at the time had no choice. We had no idea of what it was going to look like to have the schools teach the distant learning to the students at home and what the after effects is going to be. But now that we see what the after effects are, we as a board has to make a determination, not just for an adult student. And I get it that you are adult students. And that's why with the permanent regulation, when that goes into effect, because I think nobody's stating that the permanent regulation shouldn't be somehow, we've already given staff instruction to move forward to get the necessary information back to the board so that we can see what percentile that looks like. But for the board to have to make a decision, we have to make a decision. I don't know if the students understand this, but it's an overall decision for all schools. So it's not just for 1 to 2 schools that we can say that we know you're going to do it this way. This is the way it's supposed to be. The decision that the board makes affects every single school and every single student. That is the only concern. The only concern is that if you want to teach your students more hours of theory, then you have that right. That's in your curriculum. That we have no control over that. But to be able to teach the student, I mean, per law, we're only looking at per law. So we have like a number of hours out there saying that we should increase, and then we should increase, and then when do we go back to decrease? You know, it's just that, you know, I think it's premature. I think we're all in a panicking, and we want what we want. And I get it. I totally understand. As a school owner as well, I understand that, but I also understand that people are going to get sick. People are going to miss work. You know, we have something that we put in place, and it was based on what was in the law, not based on just 6 hours out the blue. The law states if a student is doing 40 hours, it's 5 hours of theory. If with additional 8 hours, that's 6 hours. That's how the board came about that number. It's not a number that we just came up with saying, okay, 6 hours is all they can do. 6 hours is what they should be doing anyway. If you give them extra, that's great. So, you know, so I'm just kind of lost for, like, we should just increase it to 20 hours. And then if we go to hybrid, then we increase it to another 30 hours. It's just, we don't have enough information at this time to say what hours are going to work. We can't come up with an hour amount that's going to work. I don't see how you can do it. I don't see if a student's out. The board doesn't have the staff to go into every school to say, okay, your student is back after 7 days. Are they still on distant learning? We don't have that kind of manpower to manage this. And that's how it got out of control the first time. I mean, we ended up with schools giving half of their, the students were stating that they did 50% of their learning online. Is that fair to the student? Can you honestly say that's fair? I mean,
Ma'am, I'm sorry. May I?
I'm gonna go to the next student. Do we have another student, please? Thank you.
Hi, my name is
I would like to
Wingo.
speak if that's okay.
Go right
I
ahead.
just raised my hand. I guess I'll wait.
Hello? Hello?
Let me go with one of the people that's already. Can I hear from you, Benita? The board would like to hear from you.
Hi, Ms. Bremo, Madam Board President. First, let me just say, respectfully, I appreciate all that the board does for our students in our schools. However, I will also say that, and I'm just going to speak on a personal level, I've contracted COVID myself, and I've been away from my job and my students for 14 days. I'm still positive. I'm real concerned about that. The COVID hit me really quick. It was not one of those 5-7 days. It literally, I believe it took maybe 2 to 3 days before I was full blown COVID. And again, I'm still quarantined and it's been 14 days. And I'm not the only one. Even some of my students that I can see online have been affected by COVID. And their inability to, they're losing not only their academics in practical, because they can't come to the campus. And if they are in a position that I'm in, which is 14 days, and still being positive, then that means they're going to lose a lot more time. And 6 hours in a week for them just doesn't seem to be fair and equitable for our student. And it seems that it feels to them, at least from what we get, it feels to them as if they're being penalized for being sick or for contracting or for being exposed to COVID. And what happens when their children are exposed and sick and have to stay home? So it's not just about the schools wanting to have what they want. Yes, do I want what I want? Absolutely, I get that. But at the same time, what I want is I want what's fair and equitable to our student, not just Euphoria students, all the students across the board, and to use a small fraction of a few comments to determine across the board how it's going to affect all of the institutes in the Valley. Some folks don't want to do it, and we get that. They should have their right to be able to do that. However, for schools that want to participate and want to be able to accommodate their students during this pandemic, that's not only affecting them, their families, their jobs, their school in particular. The reason for this call has made it very challenging for them. So if one of my students, I want to say again, thank you for your time. Thank you for allowing us to be able to voice our concerns. And if one of our students from Euphoria could speak on their behalf, on their experience, because I don't feel personally that all of the information that you may have obtained from those surveys that was a small fraction of the number of folks that have had a bad experience. But I would gather that there are a huge number of students that have had great success. And not all of our students, and I'm speaking as a director at a beauty college, are cheating on the test. I would imagine if that were the case, you would have a larger number of cheaters than folks that are passing the test, because I would imagine that number is a lot larger than the people that have gotten caught cheating. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Benita, and you're exactly right. I just referred. I think we referred to that. I think it was me and another board member, and only because we've never had this to happen. We never had what we have now. Okay, so we never had the COVID, we never had the cheating, we never had the disgruntled students about it. So all these things are things that we've never had. So now we're just trying to deal with what we've never had. So because there's a large show of hands, I'm going to take one Euphoria student and then I will make comment to the board.
My name is Shannon.
Excuse me, one Euphoria student, please.
I'm a Euphoria student, but if Shannon is too, I know she was waiting.
I want the Euphoria student to have their hand raised the longest.
Ms.
Okay,
Bramo.
my
I've
name
been
is
waiting
Shannon.
for some.
I'm an Euphoria student. I've been in school for almost a year now due to COVID. Um, Zoom, I was in Zoom when we first started, and the whole cheating thing is people are going to do what they're going to do. If they want to fail at life and they don't want to take their career seriously, then they're not going to. There's nothing that Zoom can do or not do about it. They can even cheat in the classroom. Like, that's just their opinion. But like, as for me, I'm a 4.0 student. I have all straight A's. I go to the teachers when I need help on something. You know what I mean? And even when we were in Zoom, the teachers were always available to us. We could email them and they would call us right away with any situation we have. You know, my daughter's in the hospital with COVID because I decided to come back to school and I gave her COVID. And that's not fair. Like, she's 3 years old, you know, and being here a year is ridiculous. Like, you know, just because I need to get my hours, my knowledge is there thanks to the Euphoria teachers, but the hours are not there, and there's nothing that they could do to help. You know what I mean? They only could do so much. But if you're out because of COVID, you can't go back to school and give everybody else COVID. Okay, so then your kids at home, they get COVID from you. So then you're out with them because you're a single mom. You can't do Zoom classes but one day a week on Mondays because of the stipulations. Like, it's just not fair. And I don't understand, like, if we can't do half, you know, go back to where we can get more hours in Zoom, then the people that are out with COVID should be able to do Zoom to make up their hours so they're not in the program for a year like I am. When I'm there, I'm dedicated. I listen, I learn, I participate, I help teach. You know what I mean? Like, I'm dedicated to what I do and where I want to be at for my kids when you know, so they can watch me grow up. It's not fair. And like, the people that cheat, oh well, that's their life.
Shannon,
That's
can
their
I
career.
ask you a question, Shannon? Can my question to you is, when you enrolled in school, did you, because when you enrolled in school a year ago, we were giving flux of hours to the students that was online. So did you think that that was going to continue on a permanent basis until you graduated? I just
No,
wanted to
absolutely not. Absolutely not. And we were doing fine in the middle of the year, or, you know, towards the end of the year. And then now that winter hits and COVID spikes back up, everybody's out again. You know what I mean? Like, it's not fair. Like, everybody knew that COVID was going to spike up when the cold hit and winter hit, and that now there's no more flu and all that. But now that everybody's getting COVID cases, confirmed COVID cases, and now we have 1,201 day, and we're out of school for, like, okay, so me, I was 14 days in and I still tested positive. Okay. Then a couple days later, I tested negative. I went back to school and then my daughter got it. So now I'm exposed to COVID again. So I have to be out even longer. And that's like, okay, you got 8 hours each day. Takes a lot of your days, a lot of your hours it takes up to where you have to go and be an extended student for even longer. And it's just not fair. When in the beginning, we didn't have that problem because when the cases were up and the mandate was set, we had the option of still learning, still making up our hours. And now we don't. We have no option.
Okay, thank you, Shannon.
Ms. Bramo, this is Bertha Jackson from the board. In order to be able to hear from everyone, do we have students from other schools besides Euphoria and Ability?
Yeah, Natalia.
What school are you from?
I actually am from Ability.
Okay, we heard. So we have two schools on. Okay, what was you saying, Bertha?
That if we can have, in order to be able to hear from like all schools, all students, can we hear from students? We've heard from Euphoria and we've heard from Ability. Are there any students from any of the other schools that have comments at this time? So that way we can hear from everyone.
Wasn't Milan on?
We're not going to be able to hear from everyone, Bertha. We're just not going to be able to hear from everyone. I think at this point, I'm going to let Baltazar and Stanton speak, and then the board's going to discuss.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I was just saying, I believe Nima and Milan are on, but are any of their students?
No,
Alrighty, that's it.
yeah. Doesn't look like Nima is on. Is Nima still on? It looks like they hung up. Board Member Stanton.
Gwen, this is Kathy with NEMA, and I am
Hi,
still
Kathy. I
here.
thought I seen you.
Hi. So as far as with COVID and with online, I mean, we have been able to make it work with what's there. It is a little bit of a challenge and a little bit of a struggle. As you know, we are very, very pro for creating a permanent solution going forward for online, because we know that it is very effective for a lot of our students, but mostly through this COVID. I feel like definitely the curriculums and things like that have improved for most. We already had curriculums in place, so we were very fortunate that way. However, I do feel like it depends on the number of students that you have in your facilities as to, you know, what you need to be able to allow to accommodate so many in the building at one time safely. So I'm not opposed to a few more hours being given. I do think that there is an option that some hours can be taken advantage of, because I know that there's everything practical. It needs to be done on site. Theory, there is a lot of theory that is done. We offer a lot of theory for our students as well. But once again, there's always that follow-up and that review that needs to happen when they are on site to ensure that they are understanding. I don't know that the cheating issues and stuff that are taking place, you know, right now is as much a fact of what we're doing with COVID and online as much as it is just the ability of the person not wanting to adapt and not wanting to really put themselves into what they're doing for their education. I just feel like, you know, right now it's not a, we've been able to work with what we've got, but I would like to see the hours increase a little bit. And of course, definitely have something permanent going in place for those that are able to do education at their own pace, that have issues when they do have students who are sick or kids who are sick or whatever their family situation is, a little bit of flexibility without compromising their financial aid that they might possibly have, and without compromising their education that they're getting.
Thank you, Kathy. And it's I think that when we were saying cheating, it was only because schools just received an email because it was more alarming than normal. But I think it's also the amount of times that the students are taking the exam as well. Right when we came back from, we were watching those numbers. We didn't just take the cheating as an aspect. That was just one portion of it that I said. I didn't go into full detail about the number of times.
Sure, totally understandable, Gwen.
Yes.
Like
yes.
I said, I just don't think that the full increase of that is solely because of what's happening with COVID and online training, because there's so many benefits to online education, especially for those that do have trouble with learning, and it's really adaptable to all the different learning styles as long as it's done well and can be regulated.
And I do, and I believe you said the key word, that's regulated.
Yep.
The key word to this online learning is regulations, and that's what we have the staff looking at so that we can come back and we can revisit, because I totally agree that it should be a certain, I agree that a certain percentage of a student's learning could be done online under regulation.
And that is regulated, Gwen, by our accreditation company. They set the guidelines for what needs to happen for online or distance education, and we have to follow those. So as long as it's done and done correctly, it can be a phenomenal thing.
I totally agree. I don't think any of the board members disagree with that.
Great.
Board members, I just would like to hear from you. Any other comments or questions at this time? We're not gonna be able to continue with them all. It's almost 2 o'clock. But I will be asking board members for their concerns, their feedback, so that we can make a decision based on what we have before us and based on what's been said. So do I have any board members that would like to bring up some information or how they think that increasing hours will benefit the students, or we're waiting to get more information and more direction from the powers to be. We make decisions, but I think overall we need to make decisions based on what we have before us and what we've also heard.
Madam President, this is Board Member Kai Stanton. I appreciate everyone that has the courage to come forward and to give all their knowledge, being right there in the heart of everything. And I know this is tough for everyone in their process. I also like to commend those that are highlighting those with learning disabilities and those that have other barriers that does incorporate a lot of the challenges that they're having. Trying to make sure that they're delivering the information with all learner types across the board. Understanding that with us having such a tight knit room, making sure that everyone is still meeting their goals accordingly is a challenge. And so I would like to hear some suggestions, excuse me, my voice isn't as strong as it needs to be right now. Some suggestions on some of those hours and what that looks like in a safe proximity. Once again, I do think that 24 hours is a bit much, but I think that we can come to some level of understanding and balance from the board, seeing what we can do to meet those needs for their students and making sure that they can graduate successfully without feeling so stressed.
Are you asking for that opinion from students or from the board
members? No, we're not
members?
asking for no more opinions from students, no more. The only opinion that I'm going to be willing to listen to right now is just from the board, from the actual board members, so that we can come to an agreement.
And may I ask why?
We've heard enough students and we kind of understand like what the needs are. And we heard from the schools and we've heard from a couple students, and there's a lot of hands still raised, but we can hear you at the public comment, because actually we shouldn't be hearing unless it's at the public comment. So I'm going to defer all comments to the public comment. So can I have any feedback? Can I get feedback at this time from the board members?
Yes, hello. This is Board Member Harris. So I know it's kind of difficult for everyone. COVID is real, but it's happening to the whole world. And I think everybody's kind of taking it a little personal. We're not trying to hold anybody back or anything like that. Now, coming from my experience, I had COVID. I was in the hospital twice, and I was down for a month and a half. I couldn't even think or read a book. I couldn't even breathe. So reading a book and getting on classes and then the other, I couldn't do it. And I understand some people can, mild conditions or whatever, but we're talking about everybody. Everybody does not do well online. And the profession that we all are in or trying to get in, it takes hands-on. So we all just need to, I agree with what Gwen said, Madam President. The hours, if you want to learn more, you do more. Extra credit. Yeah, the schools, you have to, set guidelines, what you're going to do for your students to help them along. But COVID is, no one expected this to happen. COVID is just that. And we are at our highest peak. And everybody, tension is high, and you just kind of need to harness on what's actually going on with the world and not yourself. So with that being said, and also I lost my mom, dad to COVID, right? So it's like, I'm concerned about others, right? And like some of the other people said from the school, yeah, you don't want to go out, you can't go to work because you don't want to transmit it. You may be okay, but the next person may die, right? So if you can do some extra online, do it. Just like she said, do it. We're here to set the laws and to make sure everybody is doing, we're here to protect the public, not the your student aid or not this or not that. We're here to protect the public. We're here to help and help each other. Myself, you all that's on this call. That's what we're here to do. We're all in this together, right? So, like she said, so many hours. Personally, I think everybody should shut down. Yeah, I do. So, we're trying to get to a common ground here and give our opinions. And we appreciate everybody's opinion because it helps us think about what other people are thinking. And I think that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Board Member Harris.
Thank
Any
you.
other board members have any other concerns or any other comments? They're taking the hours from 6 a week to, I mean, you want to just be able to comment, or we're going to leave it at the 6 a week until we are given further instructions by the state? Well, I would like to know, board member, have any comment? It looks like we're going to keep the 24 hours as it is until we're instructed by the state. Director Landry is given instruction to do something else different, following suit from the other schools, probably Clark County School District first. So can I get a motion on the table, please?
Board Member Harris here. I would like to make a motion to keep the 6 hours, 24 hours a month intact.
Can I get a second?
It's Board Member Douglas. I'd like to second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item number 5, the Executive Director's Report.
President Bramo, before you go into agenda item 5, you skipped agenda item 3. I just want to go back and have you do agenda item 3.
Oh, I did skip that. I apologize for that. Agenda item number 3 is approval for apprentice applicants. The board is to discuss and vote to give the Executive Director, Gary Landry, the authority to approve the apprentice applications for those who live in the county over 50,000 in population. So this is saying, Executive Director Landry, that when an apprentice make application, you can make the decision without having to bring that individual before the board. Am I correct?
That's correct. And 50,000 population, and they live more than 60 miles from a beauty school. So they have to meet both criteria. If they do, then I can give approval. It's a pretty standard approval. It's just to allow me to do that. If they are closer than 60 miles, they still have to come to the board. If they're in an area that has whatever kind of restrictions, they still have to come to the board. This is just for 50,000 or greater population, and they live more than 60 miles from a school.
Brian Balthazar, so just point of clarification, all any apprentice applicants have to come before the board regardless of whether they meet the requirements or not?
They have to come before the board if they're in an area that has over 50,000 people and they're more than 60 miles from the school. Otherwise, if they have less than 50,000 people, we just approve them to go into the apprentice program automatically.
Okay, so so anyone, and pardon me, I'm just verbalizing and working it out in my head at the same time. So anyone that doesn't have any no issue on paper for approval for apprenticeship, with this change, you would automatically be able to move forward without having to bog down board time. But anyone that's an outlier can still come before the board.
That's correct.
Okay, I see no issue with streamlining things a bit.
Right. Can I get a motion, please?
Brian Balthazar, I motion to, and please help me if I'm wording this poorly, to allow the executive director to approve apprenticeships applications.
Board Member Douglas, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Number 5, the executive director's report. Before you actually give your report, I just wanted to be able to say that our executive director was very instrumental in making sure that the accreditation agency added our state to their list to make it favorable for the schools that were closed during COVID. So kudos to you, the Executive Director Landry,
Thank you.
for
Thank you.
putting us on the map.
Thank you. I'll go through just some highlights of the executive director's report. In testing, we delivered 1,187 tests. In licensing, we renewed 3,693 licenses and issued 851 initial licenses. We investigated more than 276 consumer complaints. Our kiosk happy or not feedback, 100% happy in October, 92% in November, and 100% in December. In the finance area, we're focused on completing end of year tasks. W-2s and 1099s will be available towards late January. Progress continues integration of the financial and licensing database. Substantial improvements are expected by year end. And we started development of the fiscal year 2023 budget with an increased focus on aligning the budget strategically with our operational goals. And that's the highlights of the report.
Thank you. Any questions for his Executive Director Landry? Can I get a motion to accept the Executive Director's report?
This is Board Member Kai Stanton. I'd like to make a motion to approve the Executive Director's report.
Can I get a second?
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item number 6, the monthly financial report. Is that from our Chief Financial Officer, Andrew?
Yes, it is, but Andrew's not here today. He had to go out to another meeting.
Okay,
I can answer any questions that you have on the monthly financial reports. It's pretty basic. All the numbers are there and shown on the graphs and charts. But if you have any specific questions, I can answer them.
I just wanted to review. No, he does a good job with his reports. And plus we get to kind of oversee it. Some of these already on a weekly basis almost.
Exactly. It's just put into a monthly format just for the board meeting.
Okay. Oh, I don't have any questions or concerns with the report. Can I get a motion? Any board members have any questions for Director Landry regarding the monthly financial reports for the last look like 4 months? Can I get a motion for to accept?
This is Kai Stanton. I would like to make a motion to accept the financial report.
Can I get a second, please?
It's Board Member Douglas, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Now, this is the time for public comment from the general public. The board will entertain comments from the public for any item that is or it is not on the public published agenda. No item can be taken on this matter unless it was included in an agenda. Comments should be limited to 3 minutes. Mimi, you can go ahead and make your comment.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to chime in and I'll ask for some clarification as well. I know, we kind of went round and round there in reference to the hours for online learning and have the ability for schools to be able to determine the number of hours for theory. But as you guys are gathering that information to look forward, I do just want to put out there that a lot of students are having great success with this. And just limiting the number of hours to what we have now, the 6 hours a week or 24 a month, it's really kind of putting some of our students in a bind to where they're having to, take a leave of absence because COVID is affecting them for 2 or more weeks. So just wanted to put that out there. And also, if I could clarify, please, the way that the hours were pulled back as of December 1st, if you can clarify for me, the 6 hours a week or 24 a month, it's an either or, am I correct in that? So if I have a student who's out on COVID, let's say she got a positive test yesterday, she'd be able to entertain or attend more than 6 hours of theory this week. It's just not to exceed 24 in a month. Is that correct? Or is it a maximum of 6 hours per week, as well as 24 per month? I just want to make sure I'm hearing the numbers correctly in the limitation.
Well, actually, it says a maximum of 6 hours a week for distance learning and theory, and with the combined total of 24 hours a month.
Okay, because I'm just looking toward the months who have 5 weeks, where 6 hours a week would actually be 30. So we would have to pull them. I'm just trying to, get the numbers down just so that I can be as clear as I can going forward while we wait for further clarification.
I mean, Director Landry or any board, do you have any comment on that one?
So it would be 6 hours a week and then 24 hours for the month. That'd be the limits. And for a month that looks like it has 5 weeks, you only have 4 weeks in a month because you only have 30 days in any particular month. You might have 2 or 3 days at the beginning of the week, but then it shifts to the next month. So there would be minor changes on that, but you could then apply that week to the next month. If you had say Monday was the 30th, and you started the 1st on Tuesday, just take that week as the next month. And that's how you do it. It shouldn't be that difficult. You're only talking about 1 week out of the entire month that you have to worry about.
No, I can understand. I just wanted to clarify. I think I'm in kind of a unique situation here where I happen to be, working at a school that actually has classes running all 7 days a week. So I was just trying to get that clarification for my students.
Can I say this to you, Mimi? This is Gwen Bramo. I want you to understand this, and I think everybody that has a question or concern, that the state board and the staff is watching this very closely, and we're already being prepared to increase those hours if necessary. If we see that it's time for us to go, but this time we wanted to be able to make sure that we had some type of guidance in place for the schools. It might not has anything to do with your school, but for all schools.
And I appreciate that, Madam President. I do. I'm just trying to get all my ducks in a row.
Okay.
As you know, there's a lot of moving parts, especially just coming back from a 2-week break,
Yes.
where a lot of people have been moving around the country freely, and there's a lot of exposures out there, and we have the 2 new variants. So I'm just trying to get all my ducks in a row. So as students are coming to me with questions, I make sure I'm giving the best information I can as well. Because I get the emails. I see the rates going up for COVID in the Valley, as well as I see my students who are, testing and coming in for tutoring and ask me what else they can do. So I see it from both sides as well. I'm just trying to be, as clear as I can and get them as much information as I can. I appreciate you.
We appreciate that. Okay, thank you. So is Bentley? Is it Bentley? Okay.
Yes, my name is Bentley, but my name is Ajane Castine, and I'm here on behalf of Euphoria Institute. I'm currently sick right now, so if I sound a little bit hoarse, please excuse me. However, I actually attended, this is my second time attending Euphoria, so I just attended Euphoria a few months ago as well, and I did graduate successfully as well. But I did attend with hybrid in place. So I feel like as many students as you guys are saying that it has affected, I don't think you guys are taking a look at how many students it has actually assisted, how many people it has actually kept safe. I have 2 kids as well, so I completely understand. And I don't think you guys even, as people, I understand that this is a board meeting, but for the single mother, I don't know if she's still on here or not, or is not. I don't think you guys even took the time to even acknowledge what she was going through, to even show any sympathy as a person, to say, oh, I completely understand and I'm sorry that, you know, it's taking you this time or this long to complete this program. And unfortunately, however, you know, COVID has not just happened. It's been here for 2 years now. So I don't understand how much more information you guys really need to gather to understand that this is affecting people still to this day, like it just happened yesterday. People are still dying. There's 2 more variants out. I just don't see what you guys are not grasping, that this is still as serious as it was. It's not any less serious. And like, I just don't get where the sympathy is, or even the understanding. I feel like you guys are listening, but you guys are not hearing what people are truly saying. Because all I got really out of the 9 hours that I've been on this call was that people are cheating. People are going to cheat regardless.
Bentley, can I just say this to you before you continue on? Cheating was if you were on the call for 9 hours, then you heard us state that cheating wasn't the only thing. So the board has taken the board has taken in consideration everybody's comments and everybody's questions. And if you heard me with just, I said before your call that I said to Mimi that the board is now looking at putting regulations in place in case we will have to increase the hours when the time comes, that it will be regulations or guidance from the board set forth for all schools. So that means for schools, not just students, not just a single parent, but for all students. So we totally understand.
I'm not saying
not
for all students, but I only have 3 minutes, so I would appreciate if I could finish talking first.
But if you're going to talk rudely, you cannot.
I'm not talking rudely, but this is something that I deeply feel I strongly feel about this. So if you are taking it as I'm speaking to you rudely, then I apologize. But this is affecting me firsthand. So if you don't feel the way that I feel, again, I apologize. However, I only have 3 minutes to talk. So if I can
Bertha,
continue speaking.
Can we go on to the next person, please?
We've actually reached our limit. And again, just to reiterate, this is a comment only time. So the board can actually reply to any questions.
No, you haven't gotten dressed yet.
So we'll continue on to the next individual. Thank you, Bentley, so much.
So I'm sorry because I didn't get my full 3 minutes.
Can we put a timer on to Bertha, please?
There is a timer. We're actually at 4 minutes now.
Okay.
I know, but I was not the only person that was talking, so that actually was not my full 3 minutes.
Leanna available to speak?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go right ahead.
That's not okay. It's not okay for you guys to be rude. You're talking about me being rude, but you're being rude.
Leanna, can you go ahead and speak with the board, please?
That's not okay.
I'm also
That's not okay for you to keep muting me. I'm sorry, but that's not okay. You're talking about standing for rights, but that is not okay. It's not okay to be.
Okay, go right ahead, Leanna.
Okay, so I'm from Euphoria as well. I support the 20 hours a week and all that. I started back in April. I was fine the first 2 months. It wasn't until we were back full time where almost every month I was getting sick. And that's like obliging to all the rules with a mask, with sanitizer, washing hands over and over again, sanitizing my station, all that. I sanitize my station just when I come in and I'm on the floor. Back in December, I ended up getting COVID. And then right after getting back from break and everything, I ended up getting sick again. Now with COVID, but still it's, every month I'm getting sick. I've pushed myself back 300 hours just from being sick. I don't take time off just because I'm there every day. I know I have staff members on here on this meeting that know how I am, know I'm always there. I'm always on top of my work, schooling, everything. And I was lucky enough to be, or not lucky, but I was lucky enough to not give COVID to the rest of my family. I have 2 girls who both have breathing problems. So the fact that they didn't get it, I'm surprised, but I'm thankful that they didn't and that I was the only one. And that happened to end up happening in a week where my husband had to be gone for business. So it wasn't, it wasn't really easy, having to chime in on my house cameras to check up on them throughout that whole week I was gone. And being gone for those 2 weeks, that 5 hours, I only got to do twice. Out of my whole 40-hour week, I only got to make up 10 hours of that being gone. So that the whole 20-hour week, I know it's not for everybody. I'm supposed to graduate February 5th, and I've pushed myself back those 300 hours. I'm not graduating until almost my start date now. And I am deeply discouraged to the point where I am starting to wonder if maybe I should just drop out, because if I'm getting sick constantly, I'm just pushing my date back over and over and over again. And it's getting very, very frustrating.
Thank you, Leanna. The board has heard your comments. I'm sure everybody's listening. The next person, is it Berkeley? Okay, is it Kayla? Is it Kayla's?
Hi, my name's Kayla. I'm not sure which one you called on. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I just kind of wanted to speak a little bit, and I'm going to follow up basically with what Leanna said. Her and I are actually in the same class, and we have the same graduation date, but I'm sort of in the same situation as her. When we did the online learning initially, because I came in on the same date, April 9th, and we knew that we were going to be doing the distance learning due to COVID and whatnot. I didn't think that it was going to be a prolonged thing, obviously, because I was hoping that COVID would be gone by now, as all of us would, I would assume. But I personally, when winter break was over with, contracted COVID the day before I was supposed to come back to school. So I've missed this week. Like, I'm actually supposed to be able to come back tomorrow, but I tested negative, but I'm not even 100% like physically better. I still have symptoms even though I'm negative, but I can't miss hours, so I have to go to school tomorrow. I am also around the 300-hour mark of missing due to being sick, not only from myself contracting COVID, but from coming in contact with positive cases. My children both have had COVID also. They had it the same time as me, and they are teenagers. So it's not that like we don't want to be in school, because obviously we do, and I'm in the same situation as Leanna. I'm terrified to come back. I don't want to be around people to continue getting sick, to continue bringing it back to my home, to give it to my family, and to continue spreading it. I had straight A's and a 4.0 and everything else when we were virtual, but now with being sick, it's not. I've gotten to the point where I had like a 79% in one of my classes because I missed so much. And with that professionalism grade and everything else, that affects majorly. So I don't know if I understand that you guys are taking all of this into consideration and you're listening to us and whatnot, but I'm terrified to even just go back to school. And I'm supposed to graduate February 5th too, but right now, like, I'm hoping to be out of there by Easter at this point, which might not even happen. if I continue to stay in. So I just wanted to kind of put that in there and be heard. So
Thank you. The board is listening.
thank you.
You're welcome. Is it the next person? Is it, who's the next person? Bertha, you have to help me.
Jesse Funes or Funes?
Hi, okay, so I go to Euphoria and I'm in the nail tech program, and I get what everyone is saying. Like, they're scared to go back to school, they're scared to get COVID, but I don't know if y'all realize, like, COVID's not going anywhere. Like, it's like the flu, it's gonna be here, it's gonna stay here, like, it's not going anywhere. So that doesn't mean we stop living our lives because of COVID. We don't stop going to school because of COVID. And I don't mean to be rude, but a lot of you are saying, oh, you got COVID before coming back to school on break. Well, what were you doing to get COVID? You weren't scared to go out then. You weren't scared to live your life then. So why is it affecting school now? Like, a lot of us don't have time to keep prolonging our graduation date because people are scared to go back to school. Like, I signed up with the anticipation of graduating a certain date, and I can't keep prolonging that and getting that date pushed back because people are scared to go, like, it just doesn't work out for everyone to keep prolonging going to school.
Okay, thank you for your comment. The next person?
Jasmine Naika?
Jasmine?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm sorry, I didn't know that I was muted. So I'm a licensed cosmetologist. I recently transferred here from the state of Iowa. I just wanted to come with a few concerns regarding kind of like what I'm examining from moving here. I did listen to a lot of the, I guess you would call it, complaints that you guys were putting out earlier of people who weren't licensed when it comes to lash extensions, because that's exactly what's going on. It's so many people who literally are lashing for $50 or $60 in their basement, and it's conflicting with real professionals who are trying to set up businesses and attracts high-end clients when you have so many people doing it illegally, no cosmetology license, no esthetician license, and literally just promoting it openly, putting it out on the groups and things like that. And it's just, it's becoming to a point where you're not having a lot of the taxpayers who are even able to get, the salons or rent out your spaces or, give the state of Nevada more money in some way, shape, or form, because you have so many unlicensed people. That is all that I kind of wanted to say. The industry, as far as esthetician and cosmetology, we're getting body sculpting, we're getting lash extensions, we're getting all of these things. And this industry is really, really, really becoming higher end and a luxury. And people aren't going to want to do that if it's in bad areas or if it's nowhere people can find or it's not accessible or, things of that nature. So that's just all the comment that I had. Just my observation of moving here and being a licensed professional in this industry.
So are you currently licensed in our state?
Yes, I am.
Oh, well, okay, well, good. Thank you for bringing that to the board's attention. And you can see that the compliance department is working diligently, trying to make sure we tailor some of those and give the licensees the opportunity to build their clients.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. The next person? Brianna?
Hi, my name is Brianna. I'm a student at Euphoria. I am fully vaccinated, and I still have concerns as a fully vaccinated student at Euphoria. Now, as Liana and Kayla already mentioned, I started with them in April of 2021. We were hybrid. With the 20 hours a week that they were putting forward, I feel like it was a lot more effective. It kept the population down. It kept the clientele at a steady pace to where there was enough people in the building, but not too many people in the building to help slow down the spread. Me personally, I am grateful to say that I have never contracted COVID. But at the same time, I've watched a lot of students in the last almost year that I've been there go from being straightforward at school, just like myself every day, to missing multiple days at a time due to having COVID. I've seen people drop out due to having COVID. And I feel like at the end of the day, I feel like the 20 hours isn't a bad thing when it's 20 hours per week if you're still implying yourself. Because in reality, even though everybody is not a virtual learner, we all still have to read those same, whether we're in school or at home, and you still have to apply yourself. So being that everybody is saying not everybody can learn virtually, that may be true, but at the same time, how much are you really applying yourself?
Okay, well, we're listening at all the comments and we're taking in consideration, and the board is just getting guidance and waiting to get more guidance on how to better handle the situation with the schools and the students and staff. Because I think that, that's going to be the most important decision that we can make as far as the COVID is being far as concerned with COVID is how do we increase and what does that look like? And it's not just what as we spoke about earlier, it's not just the cheating. There was a lot of aspects of things that we didn't think through because we didn't have the opportunity or the time. We had to react for the best benefit of all the schools and students, and the board did that. And it's still like we didn't do enough, but we did that. We gave students the opportunity to still attend school 30, 40 hours a week, and it was all done hybrid learning because we had no choice at the time, but make sure that we kept things moving.
Correct. And also, I did notice that you the surveys. I know my 3 minutes is probably up, but I know you mentioned the surveys and everything like that, but I can also say from a person who was there when the hybrid learning was still a thing, once they lifted and everything went back to full time, a lot of the surveys that we got recently came from when students didn't have that option because we were back full time. So some of that is not even actually a fair vote in a sense, if that makes any sense.
But Brianna, we never went back full time. We've always allowed the schools to do virtual, and that's what I think the board is kind of like, is listening to and made their decision, because the decision wasn't made by one board member. The decision was made by all board members because we never lifted the hybrid learning. We've always allowed schools to do. We just reduced the amount of hours. It's never changed in the last 2 years, almost.
Okay, we'll go on to the next one.
Okay.
Is it Kanisha Garrett?
Kanisha Garrett?
It's Kanaya Garrett.
Kanaya.
So I am also a student at Euphoria, and I started in August, and when I started, it was half online on Zoom and half in school. So it was 2 days I had on and 2 days I had off. I won't say I preferred it like that, but I did feel a lot safer when it was like that, just because it was like I was doing my theory online and I had enough time, so I wasn't always running late due to work. I do agree 100% with what Jesse was saying about the whole thing. I mean, like, a lot of these students are being pushed back, and we have lives too. Like, and we understand that people who have gotten COVID, are going through these things, but it's why I don't know. Why I don't want to say why are we all being affected by it, because like she said, the pandemic is not going to go away. COVID is not just going to stop all of a sudden. It's not going to go poof. It's going to be around. It's just how we adapt to it and how we properly take our precautions to not get it. And if it happens, it does happen, and everybody should have an option of how they should be able to go to school. I mean, we have to let you guys know before we go to school that we have it. So it should be like, okay, well, since you have it, here are the Zoom meetings that you can attend during that time period. A lot of us don't want to be pushed back. I mean, some of us have jobs lined up for after we graduate, and like what do we do in that situation? We just keep waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. You just heard a student cry, for God's sakes, talking about how she gave her family COVID and how she's still in school and it's about to hit her year mark of being there, when that's not feasible to all of us. I mean, just plain and simple. And at the moment, it kind of does feel like you guys aren't listening because of the things that you guys are saying or how you guys are approaching everything. And that kind of hurts, because we pay a lot of money to be here. A lot of us enjoyed being here. And it just feels like you guys don't care because you have your license and because you guys can do as you please. And I wish you guys would understand that. I mean, I understand you guys are saying you do, but it doesn't feel like it as a student's perspective. As somebody who's been in this meeting for a very long time, it doesn't feel good. It hurts. It hurts a lot. We put a lot of money into this. A lot of us enjoy this. A lot of us, this was our second option of getting something back. This is our option of showing our kids there's a way out of the bad lifestyles. And we can't even have it because we keep getting pushed back and not do our own options, our own opinions, or like whatever you guys want to call it. That hurts. And that genuinely hurts. Like, I wish you guys would understand that part, because we started thinking we would finish and it doesn't feel like there's a finish line.
Thank you so much for your.
I think Board Member Stanton had a comment. She just.
We're gonna go to the next person. It's. Oh, sorry. Kai, did you have a comment?
Yes, I apologize. I'm just, I've been listening for a while, and so I just want to make sure. I think I should direct this to staff. I'm not sure, but I just need it to be stated across the board for all the schools that hybrid was never a permanent. And it sounds like that's what was misled to these students, is that it was not ever a permanent situation. So if anyone was under contract with under the understanding that they can finish out doing a hybrid while we were under the emergency part, is highly concerning to me. And so we need to just put a statement out for all schools across the board, understanding the proper guidelines when you're signing up students, so that they fully understand that board does not get into the day-to-day paperwork process, but that when you're starting out within hybrid, that was temporary, that was never permanent. So I would just like to put that out there to staff, just as my statement, because it sounds like they were told they can start and finish according to a lot of their statements. So now I'm really concerned. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Sorry to interrupt, but I knew that it wasn't going to be a permanent decision. My staff and whoever signed me up for school, so sorry, I think it was Miss Benita, she did express to me that it would not be a permanent thing, and I understood that, but we also didn't think that this would carry on for so long of us, like, I don't know, the amount of money we put in and the timeline that we were given that we were going to graduate is not what it's looking like anymore. And that's where we're coming from. We're not trying to.
And the cases are back up. Like, come on.
Gwen, I can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, awesome. So I think at this point, it sounds like there's a couple more students we're going to listen to, and then I'll be able to listen to the comments from the board. And then we can close out our meeting for today. But I think that, I've heard a lot today, and I have mixed emotions about the things that I'm hearing, but I do totally understand. And staff, we will be ready to move when we have to, even if it's calling an emergency meeting. But there's some things that we need to make sure we have guidance set for as you listen to the comments as well. Okay, so you can tell us, Bertha, who's our next person?
It's I have JDAS.
It's Jada. Can you guys hear
Okay.
me?
Yes, Jada.
Okay, hi, my name is Jada. I'm from Euphoria. My main concern, I'm going for full cosmetology. I'm not going for nails, and I'm not going for esthetician. I was enrolled June, and 2 months, actually my second mod of being at Euphoria, I contracted COVID. I've been fine this entire pandemic. I make sure to do all the right guidelines. I make sure to stay home because I'm not selfish. You feel me? So I feel like there are a lot of students who are thinking of the bigger picture. They want to graduate with this date and they keep coming to school because they are so badly wanting to graduate at their date that they're not caring that they're coming to school with the COVID because they don't have bad symptoms or because they're not like the rest of the people who aren't being affected of it as bad. And that's where the problem is lying, because those students feel like they have no other option than to have to come to school to get those hours. And I feel like that in itself is showing more than anything. I shouldn't have to feel like, oh, I need to graduate by April, that I have to come to school when I'm sick. No, there should be an option that I can stay home and be at school online. Because truly, what's the difference? Especially when cosmetologists were downstairs for 3 days, we're upstairs for 2 days. I can do my homework and my theory at home. There's no point for me to be at school with others when I can be on a FaceTime, just as we are on this Zoom meeting, talking to one another and teaching. It makes no sense. I can't speak on estheticians or nails. I don't know how their programs run, but I know for cosmetologists, we should have a say-so and not having to come to school for 2 days when we're sitting in a classroom in each other's faces talking about theory. No, it shouldn't have to be that way. I should be able to learn from home, just as if I was going to a regular college. It would be the same exact way. A lot of us signed up when we did, especially for me. I know I signed up when I was offered like, oh, hey, like, we are back at school, but you might have the choice. I wasn't told that. I don't have the choice to do hybrid at all. Cosmetologists, I was never offered it. When I got COVID, I wasn't offered to come into my class for Zoom. They were just like, oh, well, you'll have to make up your hours. Sorry. And I don't feel like that should be the choice that should be happening.
Jada, just for your information, I'm just gonna say this, that the board never did away with the COVID hours. So I don't know what was told to you, because we don't get into that, but we've always had COVID hours. We still have COVID hours to this day. So I'm not sure what the issue might have been, but the board has not changed and has not taken away. We've only reduced the hours that the student can receive, but the student can receive hours out for COVID. Okay, Bertha, can we go
Good
to
to know.
the?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jada, as an esthetician at your school, my class loved the half and half. I just
Oh
want
no, I'm super down for hybrid, because at this point, I just feel like we keep getting pushed back because there are selfish people that are coming to school because they're so eager for these hours. And to make everybody's lives easier so we don't get our dates pushed back, we should just be able to learn from home.
Okay, Bertha.
We can go on to the next person.
Yes, go to the next one. I think we've called that person's name twice.
What was the name? I'm sorry.
Next person.
Hi, can you hear me?
Sir, can you please state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Berkeley and I go to Euphoria Institute. I just wanted to say that back to what whoever said this earlier, nobody, at least at my school, or at least me in my class, thought that this would be permanent. We were all aware that it was going to be temporary. And even in fact, when we had came to our first day of school, we didn't even know we were going to do Zoom. At least I didn't. I had no idea that Zoom was even going to be a thing until I had actually come in person to class. But when we were made aware of Zoom on the days of the week that we do it, in my case, we did it for 2 days of the week, and then we just did theory on Zoom, and then the other 2 days we do practical in class. My understanding was that it was going to be temporary until COVID calmed down, but COVID has not calmed down. It's been more than ever actually now. Literally every single person I know right now has COVID, including, I know that there's someone in my class right now who has COVID as well. So I understand that it wasn't supposed to be permanent, but I would have hoped that you guys would have not changed the restrictions on how many hours that we can do online until it was safe enough to do so. So at our school now, they have crammed a bunch of people into the school because they didn't, I don't think that they planned for this. So now there's so many people at school, and then the COVID cases do happen. And when they do happen, we don't hear about it. So I feel that that's another issue in itself, is that we had all these people come back to school. There's nowhere to even park at our school now, because when I was in a Zoom class, there was someone who was in my class. There was another class in there. And then when I'm in class, there was a class that's on Zoom. So now we have twice as many people in the school now as we did before. And with that has been the rise of COVID cases. Also, there's been literally nowhere to park, and just that. And so then there are the COVID cases, and I hear about it from my teacher, who isn't a teacher there anymore, but she says, oh yeah, there's 12 people in the school who has COVID right now. And I'm like, oh, that's great. It would have been nice to get an email regarding that so that we could get tested, but we don't get that either. But I just think that there's way too many people in the class. And when not in the class necessarily, but the school as a whole. And I don't think that it is really a bad thing to do theory online. I honestly enjoy doing theory online, because now that we do have to come to school on one of our days to do theory, we sit there and we do nothing. We sit there and we do the theory, which is it's very self-sufficient work. You do it on your own. You read the book, you fill out the smart notes, yada yada. The teacher isn't really up there like, yes, they'll go over some things, but they're not sitting there, teaching us anything really hands-on. So that is all stuff that can be done over Zoom, that was done successfully over Zoom. And now that I do go to class, I feel like I could be, sitting at home, not around all these 20 people who may or may not have COVID. So that's my concerns on it. I get my time's probably up, but yeah, that's what I have to say.
Thank you, Berkeley.
Next up, we have Euphoria Institute.
Yeah, I wanted to wait till the end, but I'll just chime in now. So first of all, I'm highly offended by the comment that Ms. Statton made in regards to us not being truthful with our students when we enroll them. I mean, I don't know about anybody else, but I'm really, really upset about that. That's number one. Number two, I realize that the board has never taken away the COVID hours. We're not saying that they have, but the hours that they're giving us is not enough to deal with this this current surge in COVID. And lastly, if we wait for the governor to decide what we're going to do, we're going to have a lot more sick students. So I'm just, before we were at 50% occupancy, everybody was more comfortable. Everybody was, everything was, it was even good when the positivity rate was at 3.5%. We didn't have a problem with a 100% occupancy, but it's 25% right now. I have a problem with full occupancy. And I think the board is not listening. I do, I'm sorry, but I'm very discouraged. As a school president, I'm very discouraged. Thank you.
Can we go to the next one, please?
Individual is Leanna Rios.
Hi, I spoke earlier, but I just wanted to add in the whole 5-day COVID thing. I don't agree with that. When I had COVID, I, was definitely wanting to get over it as fast as I could and was hoping, like, oh, okay, so I'll wait until 10 days. So I did. I went 10 days from my first symptoms, and I took my first positive test 3 days in. The first 2 days, I had no idea. So on the third day, I tested positive. I went 10 days from symptoms starting, still tested positive. And it wasn't until I was fully 14 days out, and that's 10 days from testing positive, that I finally got a negative test. So I plan to fight CCSD on all this with the 5-day thing, because I don't want my daughter getting sick. I don't support the 5-day. I think it should still be the 14 days. I know it's kind of complicated and hard. People have to be at work and do all this and stuff. But if you're sick and you have COVID, you just have to stay home. You just have to stay clear of everybody. That's the only way that it's not going to continue to spread. The whole 5-day thing, I don't care what CDC says. I personally feel as, you know, a parent and in a business where we work with people face to face, that it shouldn't matter what CDC says right there, that, you know, it's a fact that you're not going to test negative on that 5th day. Whether you are vaccinated or not, you will still test positive on that 5th day. And I believe that that should at least still be maintained as the 14 days.
Thank you.
The next person up is China. China, are you still there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm from Euphoria as well. I just had the same concerns as the others. I think that a lot of us is worried about being able to recover the hours because yeah, we can make it up, but people have lives, jobs, and all of those things. So it's pretty much the same thing. And it's unfortunate that this COVID thing is causing us to put a damper on our careers. Like I started in November the 15th. I missed one day. I had a death. I had all of those things going on with me too, but I still tried to push through. So I think that's a big reason why a lot of us are like, oh my goodness, we're not going to be able to graduate on time, because a lot of us put a lot to the side to try to make a career for our children to see and for us to be able to be successful. So moving forward, I just hope that we can all agree on something that would at least help us, because we are the ones trying to get the license.
Okay, thank you.
Next individual is Chastity Jackson.
Yes, ma'am. How are you?
Thank you.
I'm an esthetician. I'm in the esthetician program, and I'm on the weekend. And so I want to just kind of piggyback off of Miss Jada. I agree with her as far as trying to, you know, I understand all of our safety comes first. We have kids and things like that. So it should be other options available where we're able to do hybrid. And, you know, we still need the on-hands training. But for us on the weekend, we kind of get treated like redheaded stepkids because we don't really have anybody, you know, to really answer our questions on the weekends. You have to email someone, or if you're going to ask somebody a question, it's like you're bothering them. And we pay our money just like everybody else that goes to school through the week. So I just feel like there's more options for the students through the week than it is for us on the weekends. And as the young lady was stating, you know, we're trying to get our hours so that we can graduate on time. You know, and so we still want to make sure that we're in a safe environment, everyone is safe, but I still feel like there should be other option for us to take classes to make those hours up so that we can graduate on time. Because like for me, I'm moving in July and I love Euphoria. I love coming to school. I love my classmates. You know, I love our teacher, you know, and so I don't want to have to like transfer my hours to go somewhere else to graduate. You know, so I just feel like on both ends, I understand everybody's where they're coming from. So I think we should be able to meet in the middle somewhere. That's it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next individual is a Zoom user. If you can please state your name. Okay, if the Zoom user isn't available, if we can go on to the next.
I'm sorry, did you say Mary?
Yes, thank you, Mary. Go ahead.
Okay, so I go to nail tech. I'm a nail tech over a student over at Euphoria. And I just wanted to say that regardless of whatever you decide to do, whether it is hybrid or not, I just want the board to have in consideration that all of us have put a lot of things to the side in order to be able to become, you know, to get licensed and to get a career. Some of us do not have a job because we decided to come and do it
full-time. And we have, we do have a lot of stake in here. So whatever you do decide to do, I just wish that you will have in consideration, us, that we are just trying to get the license and we do need the practice as well. And we just want to get our license as soon as possible on the deadline. I mean, especially for me, I've been sick. I haven't had COVID, but I've been sick. I have my kids sick, and I haven't missed not even an hour just to be able to graduate on time. And I just don't believe it is fair, because let's call it how it is. People are just here trying to be lazy. They don't want to go to school, and they're just trying to have an easy way out. And being hybrid is just, it doesn't make any difference if you go to school for 10 hours or for 20. You're still going to be in contact with people, and the best thing that you can do is just take care of yourself and trying to follow guidelines. So by everybody trying to push the hybrid, they're just literally being lazy and just pretty much telling the board, we do not want to go to school, and we want to be, nobody likes to be there sitting down for 8 hours. I get it. But we are just trying to graduate when we have to graduate, and not be pushed back just because some people decide to be lazy. Because some of us have kids that we need to provide for. Some of us are single mothers that cannot afford just for our days to be pushed back. So I would honestly appreciate if the board could consider that when making a decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next individual we have up is Benita Holly.
Well, 1 second, can we hear from Kai? Board member Stanton keeps clicking in.
I
We just have the last
apologize. I apologize. These are the last two. So I've read the details of the survey in detail. And so I encourage everyone to read those details of the survey, number one. Number two, when I'm hearing a lot of concern regarding the graduation dates, and I'm hoping that those graduation date concerns are just the date being moved and not students being charged on back ends, because they are not to be charged at all. There was a memo that went out that they are to be protected and to be able to recover. As one of the board member was saying, while you're recovering for COVID, not everyone has a capability to like study and read and all that stuff, because they're trying to focus on their health, and it's extremely painful and overwhelming what they're going through. So they should not be charged at all. They should be respected with those dates. And if they have any questions, I heard that several times regarding dates, them being treated differently because they have questions on the weekends, etc. So I'm just hoping that all of that information is being taken in by staff on notes, so that we can send out another communication regarding proper process for all students across the board, so that we can protect these students. I do and hear what they're saying. And so with me reading everything and hearing everything they're saying, there are some high concerns across the board again. Thank you.
If I may speak, our concern with graduation is actually the date, because some of us have saved money and for a certain time that we do have to be in school, and we can only afford to be at school for a certain time. And that is the concern. We have sacrificing so much not to miss a day, not to miss an hour, even if we have gotten sick kids. And I don't believe it's just fair that now we're gonna be pushed back after all the sacrifices that we have made. For example, now we just missed 16 hours because we couldn't go to school, and now this is something that we have to make up. And
Next individual we have up is Benita Holly.
Okay, go ahead, Benita.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing me again. And I have a couple of comments. First, I would like to agree with Leanna that the 5-day quarantine is absolute BS. Here I am 14 days out and I'm still testing positive. Okay, so that's a personal note. The other thing I want to say as well is that, you know, everybody's opinion about why the hybrid should be one way or another, you know, everybody's entitled to their opinion regarding that. And we're not saying that we want hybrid to go away, or that it was ever permanent at Euphoria, at least I can speak to that, is that we've never informed our students that hybrid would be a permanent situation. And as one of our students alluded to that on this call. At the same time, there are students that have issues, self-included, that cannot be in the building. We just can't. And it is affecting us, is affecting the students, not myself personally, of course, but as far as hours are concerned, but it will not affect their financial aid, as our students are not charged for overtime if they go or exceed their contracted graduation date. We do not charge our students and for those hours. Those are hours they have to be here, they have to do them, they have to complete them. We do not penalize our students by charging them overtime fees for missed time. That's just not something that Euphoria operates or how we operate. Our students' concerns about graduation, at the end of the day, they started on a date, they want to get to that end date, which is their grad date. And we know that when they're sick, out to COVID, the flu, or any other ailment or situation in their personal lives, because everybody has a life outside of what they do professionally. What we don't want is, we don't want that to negatively impact them. And that's the concern about the grad date. It's not because they're being withheld from being able to attend. No, you can't come if you're sick. And if you're sick, and one of our students even alluded to, maybe it's a possibility that there can be basically a COVID Zoom class where if they're sick, they could go on to a Zoom class that may possibly, exceed the 6 hours. Maybe that's a consideration. And I want to say kudos to that student that made that suggestion. That was an awesome suggestion. And I would hope the board would take that into consideration. And of course, there would be documentation that would be able to support that if that were an option. So I just wanted to say those things out loud, and thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Benita. And I totally agree that there's something that the board could possibly take a look at, and we're going to be taking a look at that, not just waiting for the governor, but we went into it before without guidelines, and we just can't, for multiple reasons. And I understand for the single parents and those that's working, those that want to be home. That's why we're working towards moving forward with some type of permanent situation where the schools can have that option if they chose to. I'm definitely looking for that direction. But right now, I mean, we've made the decision to uphold the 24 hours, and as things progress, then the board has the right to call an emergency meeting to make those changes. So I want all the students that's on the call to understand that, as things progress, it's not over. But the board has to have some guidelines, and staff has to help come up with those guidelines so that we won't get into the same situation that we've gotten before. And I know that it's a very touchy subject. COVID is a very touchy subject, whether it's the board or any board in this country, across the world. COVID is a touchy subject. So people are going to be passionate about it. People are going to be excited about it. They want it to be over. They want to complete what they've started. And I totally get it. As a licensee, I understand. So we're here to hear the students' concerns as well as the school's concerns. And we have taken note. We're going to be working towards that direction. But as of today, this is kind of where it stands until we can get some guidelines put in place. Then that way we won't have to backtrack, and we don't have to go. These are the guidelines until if things change with COVID by the next board meeting or two, and things change, then we remain to what the governor states until it's over. Then we remove the COVID hours until we can get something permanent. So the board is consistently working with staff, and staff is consistently sending us information. So we're on top of it, even if you feel like we're not. I understand we all have that option. One more, we have one more hand raised, and I think that will be it.
Yes, we have Enya.
Hi, how are you?
Hi.
Hi, first of all, thank you for your time, for all the board giving us time to, hear our concerns. I would like to speak as an instructor. I'm an instructor at Euphoria. I do want to speak from our side. I do want to clarify certain things as I heard all the students' concern. Personally, I do advocate for the hybrid. It is not due to certain reasons such as being lazy or this and that. Actually, to teach hybrid, it is actually harder than to teach in person because you have to know a lot of technology, different apps, how to keep students' attention directed towards you online. So actually, instructors have to work a lot more. But we do want hybrid because just to help minimize the spread. And like somebody said, COVID is not going to go away. We have to learn how to manage it. It's not gonna, even though we're getting vaccinated, I'm vaccinated myself, but I'm still afraid to get it. And I have, parents that are visiting from a different country. I'm afraid to go to school, get it, and then come back and give it back to them. That means they can't go back to their country. So it's different reasons, right? And we were never told that hybrid would be permanent thing. Everybody at Euphoria knew that it's just temporary. And we all knew hybrid is just to control and try to minimize the spread of COVID. And I think some people are getting confused of like, being hybrid, it's gonna stop it. It is not going to stop. We do at Euphoria, we have, great control. We check temperatures. We have instructors out there doing everything we can to control it. But like another student said, who knows where students been during Christmas, New Year's. So you may have contracted somewhere else and then, bring it back. So we're just trying to control it because if we keep having so many students out, we're going to have to shut down. And how are we going to proceed from there? So I personally feel like 6 hours is really not enough to, to continue. And students who are sick should stay home. And it's hard, and I try to be very compassionate with my students, and I really feel what they're going through. And them being concerned their graduation date being pushed back, it is because some of them do have, they already set up, interview with certain salons. And if they're sick, their graduation date is pushed back, the salon is not going to wait for them. They're going to move on. They're going to lose that chance. So I get where they're coming from. Some students who are thinking, oh, they just want to do hybrid because they're lazy. Well, we're doing hybrid, meaning we're only doing theory. We are not doing any practical. So you will still get your practical hour, which I am very strict on. When we're on the floor, we're on the floor. I'm very hands-on. So going hybrid is not going to affect, at least speaking from my own opinion, it does not affect any quality of the.
And Gwen, we're actually at the 3 minutes for Enya as well.
Okay, right. Thank you, Enya. That's what we move forward.
Just 1 second. I'm sorry
Okay.
to cut off, but Enya, while we got you on the line, as an instructor and as a teacher, I would just like one little bit of feedback as to your view of the word master in relation to teaching. I just want one person's comment and someone who's actually an instructor in the field. Do you feel that the use of the word master in advertising and promotion should be allowed only for instructors or as a subjective term to anybody, or what are your feelings on the question that came up before, if you were around for it?
My opinion on that, I feel like it's a bit of a gray area. I personally feel like instructors, yeah, they should, but I feel like it depends on the years of experience you had in the field. That's how I feel. I get it. Some people can go through certain courses in a minimal time and call themselves masters, but honestly, in our industry, experience is everything. Some people are talented, I get it, but being in the industry for many years, you learn a lot and you dedicate it. That time, I feel like you should be rewarded for it.
All right, I appreciate your comment. I'll take it under advisement. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
but
you.
but in your, as I was stating, the board is taking in consideration moving forward, getting information together for the hybrid learning. Because I understand it's mainly about the hybrid learning, not so much about the COVID. In your opinion, is you would like to see a hybrid situation for many of circumstances.
Yes, ma'am, just to minimize, right? It's not going to stay here forever. So just to control when we have a spike.
Or when we have because once the schools get it permanently, a certain, however the board decides, then they can take advantage of it whenever they choose to.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, so we've heard all the comments from the general public. Agenda item H is comments from board members. No action can be taken on the matter unless it's on the agenda, and comments should be limited to 3 minutes or less. So any board members have any comments or concerns or any questions that we need to put on the record to move forward with? I just have a comment, staff, if you could check for the board before, I mean, just in case we have to drastically make some changes, if you can check what California, Arizona, Utah, because all the states have spiked, what they have in place. I could do some research this week, but if you can research and get that information back to the board so that we can see where the spike peaks are and what the states are doing, because it's the same schools. I mean, there's schools there and they have more schools than we have, and then they have more students than we have. So if we can kind of have some kind of guidance of what's happening in state to state, I think those numbers might be a little bit higher than our numbers as well. I think Arizona and California numbers might be higher than the numbers we have here. So if we could get some information back to the board, that would greatly help in case we have to call for an emergency meeting.
We'll do that, Gwen. We'll get, as soon as we get the information together, we'll put it in a report and get it out to all the board members.
Awesome. Okay, any other board members have any other questions or concerns or anything they would like to see on the possible next agenda, or any comments about anything that was said today? Any comments? It's your turn before I close the meeting out.
President, I would like to have the CEU accreditation definition and detail list looked at for all the board members to clarify that. We have a master, an advanced training course that's coming up in the licensees. We need to review that list as well as a description of what they're saying is approved and not approved for the CEU accreditations as far as the definition of. That needs to be updated. We also need to have some information regarding the detail of the understanding for college courses, as well as those that are offering those classes, that they are defined a little bit better. Are we just going to allow approvals, or are we going to just allow anybody to say, oh, it's CEU credits, let's just allow them on the list because they have X, Y, and Z knowledge? So we need to update that list as well as the approvals for that to solidify for instructors, as well as those that are taking some of the other courses for cosmetologists and nail techs, etc. My other thing is I would love to see another information go out regarding what the state board get involved with regarding the information for what we are responsible for for schools and their licensing.
Board Member Stanton, you're going in and out. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So also the breakdown for the list regarding what the state board actually gets involved in regarding licenses of schools, information as far as contracts, all that other fun stuff. That's important, and that needs to just be reiterated, as well as if students are out with COVID, we need to have that talk about that if they're out longer than 5 days, what that looks like as well.
Are you directing staff for that information?
Yes, please. And should we even have, I know the CEU accreditation definition needs to be updated, and who can be a provider. That for sure needs to be on the next meeting.
We'll include that clarification on the next meeting. I do know that our CEU provider list is continuously updated, and that is based on what applications come in for CEU providers, so that the list is updated.
The definition, Bertha, the definition, not the list.
Also include for what you're asking for.
Okay, let me say it again. The definition for CEU accreditations on how we are approving those needs to be updated. Not people getting on the list, not people getting on the list, the actual definition.
We will update that on our website.
Thank you. No, the board needs to update that on what we're saying this is okay for. That needs to be on the next meeting for the board members to talk about.
Okay, we'll include
Thank
that.
you.
Bertha, I think it's just an agenda item, is
Yeah.
what board, okay, it sounds like what Board Member Stanton is asking. Okay. Okay, it's for like a discussion. Okay, any other, Board Member McCormick, I saw you had raised your hand.
Madam President, I don't know when that was. I
Oh,
probably
just
raised it.
recently.
Yeah, I probably raised it 20 times throughout.
No, I didn't see it. I
These
always let you speak. I
conversations.
always let you speak.
You know, I wanna I don't really have anything at this point that it hasn't been said. I just want to thank all of the students who showed up today, taking time out to talk to us and really just raise their concerns. I want to thank all the schools who spoke. And I look forward to, you know, maybe if it's necessary, as you've said, Madam President, getting a special meeting together to really iron out, you know, all the different reasons and how and the whys that we would allow more hours, so that we can move forward from this, because there's just so many people impacted in different ways for different reasons. But I do think that we should set aside some more time, different from these meetings, to really discuss it in greater detail. To the AG, thank you so much for looking into the word master. I appreciate you asking another instructor. I do understand that Board Member Stan does refer to herself as a master, and I do believe is also an instructor. I understand that it will impact the licensees who've been using it, but I do think it's important for us to acknowledge that change happens, and that we should be able to adapt with that. And so I just want to thank everyone for showing up today. And thank you, Madam President, for running a great meeting.
Thank you, McCormick. Well, I appreciate you as well. We have one more person. Is that Jerry? That raised a hand? I mean, this is the board meeting members' time, but we can take your concern right quick. Jerry?
Hello, yeah, this is Jerry. I'm sorry, I didn't raise my hand, so I should be quitting right now.
Oh, I see hands raised there. Okay, well, I think we're done. No more comments or questions or concern. Thank you. Our AG, we appreciate you. We appreciate your support. And thank you, staff, for assisting us in this meeting and being there, and all the hard work that you guys do on a day-to-day basis. And every time we ask for research, you're there to support the board. I want you to know that we really appreciate you. I would like to call the meeting to adjournment.
Yes, this is Board Member Harris. I would like to make a motion to adjourn this meeting on January the 10th, 2022.
Can I get a second?
This is Board Member
Kai
McCormick.
Stanton.
I
I
second that.
second that motion.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
The motion carries.
Right.
Hilarious. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Happy New
Bye-bye.
Year.
Thank
It was
you.
a pleasure, everyone. Thanks for having me on board.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Bye-bye.